Chapter 1823. When the phoenix's true form occupied the square, its blazing flames illuminated the surroundings. The little ant empress in Du Xiaofu's hair was also emitting a green light. Its nail-sized body poked out of Du Xiaofu's hair, and its small eyes looked ahead. Phoenix's true form, the little tiger, looked at the void. Its black robe fluttered, and black runes swept out. In an instant, it rushed into the sky. As the runes exploded, it transformed into a huge black tiger that was about to pounce. It flapped its wings and leaped into the sky. Its body was pitch black, and black runes soared into the sky. Roar, the huge black tiger roared, and the sound waves stirred up spatial ripples that soared into the sky. It was like a surging wave, shaking heaven and earth. It was like the roar of a supreme beast that could move mountains and rivers and suppress tens of thousands of beasts. This black demon tiger was very strange. It had wings, and when it flapped its wings, a terrifying air wave swept out. One could clearly see a wave of faint golden ripples that was vast and undulating like a tsunami. It covered the sky and covered the earth. It was incomparably domineering, causing the surrounding phoenix flames to spread. It was a terrifying scene. What a powerful aura, when such a huge black tiger flapped its wings and occupied the void, not to mention the disciples of the Phoenix clan, even the elders of the Phoenix clan were a little dumbfounded. Dark Heavenly Tiger. Under the flaming parasol tree, Huang Mengjun, the first elder, and the second elder were also moved. They knew the origin of the Dark Heavenly Tiger. It was an existence that was not inferior to the white tiger. The white tiger was only a legend in the current world. It was rumored that it had appeared before, but it had never been seen in the current world. The white tiger was rumored to be a supreme beast that was definitely not inferior to the Phoenix clan. However, the Dark Heavenly Tiger had once shaken heaven and earth in ancient times. Any Dark Heavenly Tiger was an absolute king and was also the supreme emperor of the Beast clan. It seems to have the aura of the golden-winged great rocks. This is a mutated demon tiger, the first elder said. There was a ripple in his eyes on his old face. At this moment, everyone could feel that the aura of the Dark Heavenly Tiger was definitely not inferior to Feng Ai's true form. Du Xiaofu looked at the square with an indifferent expression. Du Xiaofu was well aware of the little tiger's strength. The little tiger originally had the body of a king-scaled demonic tiger, but it had the atavistic bloodline. Later, it had evolved with the blood essence of the dark demonic tiger and the golden-winged rock in his body. In addition, the purple thunder profound cauldron had improved its bloodline. Its body had been refined by the holy body art, and it had also obtained many opportunities in the farmer's sect. In the Huang country, the little tiger had always been under the influence of Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoqin. He had not shown much of his abilities, but he was still very strong. The little tiger had also reached the beast domain realm, which was why Du Xiaofu had let the little tiger fight. However, among the sealed domain realm, Du Xiaofu definitely did not underestimate Feng Ai's strength. Although Du Xiaofu knew how strong the little tiger was, he did not think that the little tiger could win. He only felt that the little tiger would not be inferior to Feng Ai. As for the final result, Du Xiaofu also did not know. He also wanted to take the opportunity to test the little tiger's strength. Roar, the little tiger's huge body appeared as if it was about to pounce. Its body was intimidating, sturdy, and majestic. Its tiger claws stepped on the air, clouds formed under its feet, and black talisman patterns spread out. It had the power to collapse mountains and crack the earth. It roared thunderously at Feng Ai's true form. Its might was not inferior to Feng Ai's at all. It was less noble than Feng Ai, but more domineering. What kind of tiger is that? It's rare to see one. What an amazing tiger. Why do I feel that it's not inferior to our Phoenix clan? Looking at the little tiger's true form at this moment, many young members of the Phoenix clan in the square exclaimed in shock. They felt that the power of the ink-black giant tiger was definitely not inferior to their Phoenix clan. Feng Ai's expression changed, and its eyes seemed to contain a sea of fire. However, in just an instant, it spread its wings and pounced at the little tiger. Roar, instead of retreating, the little tiger advanced. Its body was densely covered in ink-black scales that seemed to be cast by the deep night sky, and there was a deep golden color faintly jumping. When it flapped its wings, there was a circle of golden talisman patterns wrapped around it, spreading a domineering and terrifying aura. The fierce tiger pounced on its prey and collided with Feng Ai. Feng Ai was not weak. If it was in the outside world, it would be able to sweep through everything. The feathers all over its body seemed to be burning, and every feather was emitting blazing flames. All kinds of supreme beasts of the Phoenix clan were activated to the extreme. The little tiger roared, shaking heaven and earth. The ink-black scales all over its body seemed to be spurting blood. Its physical body was incomparably strong, and it used all kinds of amazing methods. Feng Ai was very fast, and its blazing high temperature could even burn one's soul. However, not only did the little tiger resist, but it was also very domineering. It emitted dazzling ink-black runes that oppressed people like a mountain. It glared at it covetously, and its pressure surged. Its roar was like thunder, causing people to tremble in fear. The fierce battle between the two huge beast bodies had reached the most intense point. Amidst many exclamations and trembling eyes, the feathers on Feng Ai's body fell off, and blood flowed out. On the little tiger's body, scales were also broken, and tiger blood flowed out. Feng Ai's gaze became more and more solemn. After fighting for a long time and not being able to gain the slightest advantage, he could not help but become anxious, and his face became more and more embarrassed. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. Taking advantage of an opportunity, Feng Ai unleashed the raging flame runes. Amidst the blazing flames, the rolling flames seemed to have transformed into a phoenix bathed in flames. It swept toward the little tiger with the momentum of a phoenix dancing in the nine heavens. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Its terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth, and an ancient aura enveloped the sky. Brother Feng Ai is going all out. This is the innate unique skill of the phoenixes, and it's enough to sweep away all living beings of the same generation. The numerous disciples of the Phoenix clan around the square were also filled with anticipation. Their hearts were in their throats. To the disciples of the Phoenix clan, no one wished for Feng Ai to lose. Whoosh, terrifying flames whistled and burned a vacuum. The raging flame runes surged like a world of flames that enveloped the little tiger, wanting to burn the little tiger within. What's going on, however? Feng Ai suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized that the ultimate move that he had activated could not stop the former. The former's strange wings had wrapped around the huge tiger's body at this moment. Instead of retreating, it advanced and rushed over. He was unable to stop it. The giant tiger was forcing its way over. The golden light on the tiger's wings had been burned until they were dim and bleeding. The ink-black scales were also cracking. However, the tiger continued to force its way over at an extremely fast speed. A claw was also swiping out. Chi-La, little tiger attacked with all his might, unleashing all the power in his body. This was the most ferocious attack, a combination of several techniques. This attack was little tiger's heavy blow. At the cost of damaging its physical body, little tiger chose to strike first and gain the upper hand by relying on the golden-winged rock clan's protective beast ability and the dark sky tiger's hand beast ability, as well as the physical body that had been forged by the sacred body art. Feng Ai realized that something was wrong and immediately changed his expression. He spread his wings and erupted with raging flame runes, bringing with it a vision of heaven and earth that seemed to be able to overturn the void. Chi-La, but in an instant, the claw and the wing collided. The feathers on Feng Ai's wing were shattered, and blood spurted out. The little tiger's all-out attack contained several techniques, including the fusion of the Dark Sky Tiger and the Golden-Winged Rock Clan's Supreme Beast abilities. Its power was domineering and destructive. This attack did not seem to have a gorgeous appearance. It was the most simple and domineering attack. However, only the strongest cultivators present could see it and were secretly amazed. Feng Ai's wing was torn apart, and a bloody mist poured out. Then, the wing cracked inch by inch and disintegrated uncontrollably, dripping with blood. Feng Ai's expression and eyes were shocked at the same time as he quickly retreated. He was extremely shocked. The terrifying claw contained a domineering and terrifying destructive power that was destroying his physical body. His Phoenix clan's defensive power was also superb, but it was difficult to resist at this moment. Roar! The little tiger exploded and took the opportunity to spread his wings. Violent ink-black runes swept out, and his aura was terrifying. His ink-black scales still emitted a bright light despite his bloody injuries. His pitch-black pupils were as deep as black holes, as if the ancestral tiger had been reborn. He rushed forward with his powerful physical body and opened his ferocious mouth like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Divine light burst out from his mouth as he launched his final tyrannical attack and bit Feng Ai's other wing. Chapter 1824. Roar! The little tiger's bite caused Feng Ai to let out a shrill roar as a large piece of flesh on one of her wings was torn off. Bones were exposed, flesh and blood splattered, and feathers fell. Pfft! Feng Ai opened her mouth and spat out blood. Her aura immediately weakened. Boom! At the same time, the little tiger swung its tiger claws horizontally and landed heavily on Feng Ai's back, tearing it apart. Blood splattered high into the air. All of this happened as fast as lightning. The little tiger launched a series of attacks with irresistible force. Feng Ai made a mistake and was defeated one after another. In the end, she was completely suppressed and severely injured by the little tiger. Bam! Feng Ai's huge body fell heavily to the ground. She was drenched in blood, riddled with wounds, and her aura was weak. This scene shocked everyone present. All of the members of the Phoenix clan were dumbfounded. Feng Ai was the strongest person among the younger generation of the Phoenix clan other than the princes and princesses. Yet, she was defeated by a demon tiger. Under the flaming parasol tree, Huang Mengjun and the elders were a little moved. The expressions of the first prince, the second prince, Huang Wu, and the others also changed. This stupid tiger has improved quite a bit. Little Demon Du was eating spirit fruits and drinking bejeweled nectar as she looked at Little Tiger in the sky above the square and said faintly. Du Xiaofu also smiled. The little tiger's victory was not that it was absolutely much stronger than Feng Ai, but in terms of fierce battle experience. The little tiger was obviously more shrewd and fierce than Feng Ai. That was why it was able to seize the opportunity to win in the end. With your strength, you're not qualified to challenge the third young master. Little Tiger returned to his original form and left behind these words. Then, he flew through the air and landed next to Du Xiaofu. His face was pale, and there were many injuries on his body, but he stood there respectfully. Yes, sit down. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly and motioned for the little tiger to sit down. In the air above the square, Feng Ai withdrew his true form. He was riddled with wounds and was heavily injured. The disciples of the Phoenix clan also helped him down. In an instant, the atmosphere inside and outside the square became slightly awkward. Feng Ai challenged the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, but in the end, he was defeated by a Demon King by Du Xiaofu's side. This was not only a huge blow to the younger generation of the Phoenix clan, but also to the entire Phoenix clan. What a good dark heavenly tiger. It's indeed extraordinary. The Demon King Du Xiaofu's side is just as the rumors say. There are indeed a lot of talents around him. Someone spoke under the flaming parasol tree. Immediately, under the gazes of many people, a figure flew out. That figure was like an afterimage. Before he finished speaking, he had already landed on the square. Du Xiaofu didn't even need to raise his head to know who it was. It was the young man in battle robes, the second prince of the Phoenix clan, Feng Chao. Greetings, second prince. When the figure landed on the square, the surrounding disciples of the Phoenix clan immediately saluted. The previously silent atmosphere immediately became lively again. No need for formalities, Feng Chao waved his sleeves. His battle robes were filled with divine light and flames. His temperament was extraordinary. There was also a faint hazy aura all over his body, like a mist shrouding him. His eyes were filled with colorful light, but his gaze was frightening. It seemed to be filled with a kind of mysterious flame talisman runes. He was the second prince of the Phoenix clan. He had been cultivating for a long time, much longer than Huangling. Therefore, strictly speaking, he was no longer part of the younger generation. However, when he was young, he was also famous among some top forces and left behind shocking legends. At this moment, young Feng was standing in the middle of the square with her red hair fluttering in the wind. She exuded a sense of nobility and majesty. She was a supreme heaven's pride. Combined with her phoenix body, she was born with the ability to crush all her peers. Not to mention, she was already extraordinary. Although I have been cultivating for a long time, and logically speaking, if I fight with you, it will seem like I'm bullying the weak. However, rumor has it that you have already defeated your peers and are invincible. You are also a greater supreme nirvana and have already undergone reincarnation, surpassing your peers. I have already stepped into the domain realm. It's really unbearable. How about we fight? Feng Chao looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke very calmly. There was a kind of burning expectation in his eyes. He wanted to fight with the legendary demon king Du Xiaofu. It had nothing to do with Feng Ai's defeat just now. He just wanted to fight. The second prince is going to make a move. The second prince is so powerful. He will definitely be able to suppress the demon king Du Xiaofu. When Feng Chao's words came out, it immediately caused the disciples of the Phoenix clan to boil. Some elders and protectors also secretly revealed looks of anticipation. Feng Ai's defeat just now had imperceptibly caused the Phoenix clan to lose face. If Feng Chao could defeat the demon king Du Xiaofu, then he would naturally be able to regain his face. He would also be able to humiliate the golden-winged Peng clan. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Zi Xian sat quietly with a peerless grace. At this moment, when she heard Feng Chao's words, there was a ripple in her beautiful purple eyes as she indifferently stared at Feng Chao. Du Xiaofu also looked at Feng Chao. There was a faint golden light in the depths of his eyes. He could feel Feng Chao's strength. This second prince was extraordinary. Everyone once again looked at Du Xiaofu. They didn't know if Du Xiaofu would accept the challenge this time. However, if Du Xiaofu accepted the challenge, then the demon king Du Xiaofu, who was rumored to be invincible among his peers, would fight against the second prince of the Phoenix clan. When these two people fought, it would be an earth-shaking battle. Putting aside the face of the Phoenix clan at this moment, it was enough to make the disciples, elders, and protectors of the Phoenix clan look forward to it. I'm looking forward to this battle. Please accept. Feng Chao once again said to Du Xiaofu. His figure was slender, and the flame runes in his eyes were blazing. His hair was like fire, and there was an invincible aura around him. He was very majestic. An existence like Feng Chao could already be compared with the older generation. With his talent, he had already suppressed many of the older generation. In the Yangtze River, each new generation would surpass the previous one. There were many talented people in the younger generation, especially in the path of cultivation. Sometimes, the time spent on cultivation wasn't too important. The rise of some supreme geniuses could often infuriate many of the older generation. Feng Chao was such a supreme genius. Among his peers, only the most outstanding existences of a few big clans could compete with him. Now that Feng Chao had met an invincible existence among the younger generation, his desire to fight was aroused. The second prince of the Phoenix clan at the Domain Realm, also made Du Xiaofu feel a little warm in his heart. He narrowed his eyes. Is there really no end to this? However, just when Du Xiaofu was about to fight, a voice sounded. Then, a figure swept out from not far away and instantly landed on the square not far from Feng Chao. When the disciples of the Phoenix clan saw the figure that appeared, many of them exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1825. This figure seemed very out of place in front of the mighty and extraordinary fledgling Phoenix. However, the tiny figure exuded an invisible aura, noble and demonic. It made people tremble. The Purple Dragon Emperor is rumored to be a Nirvana Grand Autarch. His true form is that of a dragon. Whispers immediately broke out around the plaza. Some people had already seen Little Xingxing in the Beast region and God domain, so they knew of his origins and strength. And now, Little Xingxing was standing in front of her. However, Little Xingxing was still chewing on a spirit fruit. He didn't take fledgling Phoenix seriously at all. He glanced at her indifferently. He seemed completely harmless, and his voice was still very young. If you want to challenge my father, let me see if I have the strength to do so. Seeing Little Xingxing enter the arena, the Phoenix clan elders, Huang Linger, Huang Wu, Huang Mengjun, Feng Han, and the others immediately looked toward the plaza. Du Xiaofu didn't stop them. Instead, he smiled bitterly. Zixuan's expression was calm and indifferent. Only fledgling Phoenix's gaze wavered. As she looked at Little Xingxing, he felt an inexplicable sense of suppression. That tiny figure gave him a feeling that he had no choice but to revere it. It was a feeling he'd never felt before. Fledgling Phoenix didn't underestimate the tiny figure in front of her. On the contrary, her expression grew solemn. She was crazy for battle, not just because of strength. Now that she sensed the extraordinariness of the tiny figure in front of her, she didn't dare to be careless. The Purple Dragon Emperor. She murmured, her expression serious. Given the Phoenix clan's sources of information, how could she not have heard of the famous Purple Dragon Emperor? According to the information obtained by the Phoenix clan, the strength and abnormality of this mutated dragon was not below that of Demon King Du Xiaofu. I've heard of you. If you insist on fighting in my place, I won't hold back. Young Phoenix said as she looked at Little Star. Her serious expression gradually calmed down. Facing such a small opponent, she only had fighting spirit left, as well as the invisible pressure of a supreme beast. You talk too much. Hurry up and do it. I still need to eat. Don't waste my time. Little Xingxing said. Then he turned around and looked at Du Xiaoyao. He opened his mouth and said, Du Xiaoyao, leave some for me. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with this guy. That fellow is only at the Grand Dominion realm. You will be more than enough to deal with him. Under the flaming parasol tree, Du Xiaoyao wolfed down the food. Although they were members of the Phoenix clan, the words spoken by the two of them did not give any face to the Phoenix clan at all. The conversation between the two of them made the elders and protectors of the Phoenix clan under the flaming parasol tree a little unhappy. However, the Phoenix chick was not angry. It was as if she was not affected at all. Her emotions were as calm as a mountain. This was the invisible nobility of the young Phoenix, but it was not arrogance. He was the second prince of the Phoenix clan, one of the most powerful beings among his peers. Along the way, Chick Fong was born with an invincible demeanor. She had gone through the most arduous training to reach where she was today. At this moment, the Phoenix chick also had a feeling that the Violet Dragon Emperor in front of her was very powerful. He deserved his reputation. In that case, there's no need to waste time. Let's begin. When such words came out of the Phoenix chick's mouth, her voice was like a phoenix's cry. Her hair suddenly erupted like fire. Her voice could penetrate the soul and shake the mind of those who heard it. Boom, in the blink of an eye, young Phoenix made her move. An astonishing blazing aura swept out from her body like a storm, shaking the entire plaza. It was as if there was an earthquake, and an earth-shattering energy burst out along with the blazing flame runes. In an instant, the Phoenix chick punched out. She raised her arm and swung it. A spatial vortex seemed to have formed in front of her fist. Blazing flame runes erupted all around her as if they had condensed into a phoenix that flapped its wings and soared high into the sky. Walala, when such a punch was formed in an instant, the surrounding void was densely covered with pitch-black spatial cracks. The invisible energy was able to confine the void. In an instant, a pressure filled the air. Many of the Phoenix clan's disciples were eager to prostrate themselves. Those with weaker cultivations directly collapsed to the ground. Tyrant Phoenix Fist. The surrounding disciples of the Phoenix clan exclaimed. The Tyrant Phoenix Fist was the ultimate move of the Phoenix clan. It was enough to rank in the top 5 supreme beast abilities of the Phoenix clan. Its power was terrifying. In ancient times, the Tyrant Phoenix Fist of the Phoenix clan was once unstoppable. Such a punch immediately moved the elders of the Phoenix clan under the flaming parasol tree. Facing such a small opponent, the Phoenix chick did not hold back or be careless. This was one of the reasons why the Phoenix chick could stand at the top of her peers. Rumble, the speed was very fast. When such a punch was blasted out, the blazing flame runes emitted a sonorous rumbling sound in the spatial vortex. It was as if a meteorite had exploded with divine fire, causing the void and the square to suddenly boil. Energy surged and various runes erupted. The Phoenix chick's strength and power were more than 9 heavens apart from the previous Feng AI. The Phoenix clan had been passed down since ancient times. They were one of the 3 most ancient rulers of this world. How powerful were they? For a powerhouse like the Phoenix chick, the speed of her attack was too fast. It took a long time to describe, but it was as fast as lightning. In just an instant, the terrifying attack had already landed in front of little Xingxing. It was too late for little Xingxing to dodge. This punch was like the impact of a meteorite's divine fire. The terrifying blazing vortex that was densely covered with pitch-black spatial cracks first hit little Xingxing's small body. Screech, the invisible fire-bathed phoenix shadow carried various runes and then swept out with a destructive force to crush little Xingxing's small body. Oh my god, such a scene caused the disciples of the Phoenix clan to shudder in fear for Xiao Xiao, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air. Bang bang bang. Such an impact made a series of sonorous sounds in little Xingxing's body in the surrounding space, making people's souls feel like they were about to explode. Crack crack, blazing flames swept out like a sea of fire, instantly creating thousands of huge waves in the square. The space around little Xingxing cracked and shattered as pitch-black spatial cracks spread out like spiderwebs. It's over. The Violet Dragon Emperor has suffered a crushing defeat. He's probably going to be severely injured. At this moment, many disciples and powerhouses of the Phoenix clan sighed inwardly. No matter how strong the bodies of the Overlord region's experts were, they would at least be skinned if they were to withstand the second prince's Tyrant Phoenix Fist. However, at this moment, in the blink of an eye, a 7-colored divine light suddenly erupted from little Xingxing's eyes. An inexplicable aura suddenly erupted like a flash flood. A terrifying light instantly shot out from his body. Little Xingxing's face was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Suddenly, space was shackled, and spatial waves appeared in the void. Screech! Little Xingxing made his move. He clenched his small white jade-like hand and slapped out at close range. Divine light erupted from his palm, and it seemed to have transformed into a seven-colored phoenix shadow. This seven-colored phoenix phantom was covered in blazing and resplendent flames, and it dragged out long seven-colored feathers. It spread its wings, and divine flames spread out, causing one's soul to feel a burning pain just by looking at it. The surrounding space shook and rippled, and it affected the space, but it disappeared in a flash. The divine fire from the palm made the entire sky dazzle. Vermilion bird divine spirit, when little Xingxing slapped out, the seven-colored phoenix shadow appeared. Although it disappeared in a flash, it immediately made the first elder, second elder, Huang Linger, Huang Mengjun, and the others under the flaming parasol tree change their expressions drastically. Boom, the small palm landed directly on little Xingxing's chest. A punch for a palm. Little Xingxing wanted to end the fight with little Xingxing in the most violent and barbaric way. Little Xingxing wanted to quickly retreat and avoid such a palm, but he was shocked to find that the surrounding space was strangely affected. It was almost confined, and he couldn't resist at all. Oh no, little Xingxing's eyes were filled with horror. He couldn't control the void. Within that palm, there was a terrifying might that seemed to originate from the soul and bloodline. Young Phoenix was unable to resist it at all. It was as if he was facing a supreme being of the world, and he wanted to crawl down without being able to control himself. At this moment, many disciples of the Phoenix clan in the surrounding square inexplicably felt a sudden pressure from the depths of their bloodline and soul. They couldn't resist it, and their legs went weak. Boom! When the palm landed on little Xingxing's chest, the void fluctuated strangely. The entire square trembled for no reason, and a divine sound resounded as divine light bloomed. Puff! Puff! Then, in front of everyone's eyes, little Xingxing spat out a mouthful of blood, and his phoenix blood bloomed like auspicious light. Then, little Xingxing's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He smashed through the void and finally fell heavily in the distance, shocking the entire Phoenix clan. Little Xingxing was severely injured in one move. Everyone's breathing almost stopped. It was too fast. In just an instant, little Xingxing was severely injured. No one would have thought that their second prince would be defeated so miserably. That small figure contained such a terrifying amount of energy. Under the flaming parasol tree, Huang Mengjun, Feng Han, the first elder, second elder, and Huang Linger couldn't help but tremble violently. Some elders couldn't help but tremble as they stood up. Their faces were very pale, and they didn't look good. Puff, little Xingxing got up in the distance. The clothes on his chest were torn, and there was a pool of phoenix blood. His body was damaged, and his hair was disheveled. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Such an injury couldn't be described as light. The most important thing was that Chick Fong had suffered such a heavy injury in just one exchange. At this moment, little Xingxing's eyes were fixed on the little star in front of him. There was only shock and confusion left in his eyes. Since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Today, not only did he suffer a crushing defeat, but he was defeated by a junior. Little Xingxing couldn't believe it, but his injuries and the terrifying pressure just now forced him to accept this fact. Chapter 1826. You're pretty strong for a domain realm cultivator, but you're still far from enough to challenge my father. Little Xingxing looked at young Phoenix, as if he was still praising her, then he flashed away in a carefree manner, completely ignoring the stunned, shocked, and complicated expressions of the large group of Phoenix clan elders under the flaming parasol tree, and continued to fight over food with Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoqing. The spirit fruits and nectar on the table had almost all been swept clean by the three of them. Silence. An inexplicable silence suddenly permeated the surroundings. Du Xiaofu was also rather shocked by this result, but he could only smile bitterly. Little Xingxing was simply torturing Chick Fong. Others might not know, but Du Xiaofu knew that little Xingxing's abnormal defensive power was absolutely heaven-defying. If Chick Feng knew a little more about little Xingxing, she would not have rashly attacked little Xingxing at close range. She would not have been defeated so quickly and miserably. At the very least, she would have been able to last a few rounds. However, while little Xingxing seemed harmless, he was not someone to be trifled with. This little guy knew very well that he did not wait for Chick Feng to unleash her full strength before directly torturing her with his abnormal defensive power. "I've lost," Chick Feng broke the silent atmosphere. Her expression was solemn as she retreated from the square with her heavily injured body. Although Chick Feng had not lost the ability to continue fighting, she knew that even if she used her true body, the result would be even worse. The terrifying power that had appeared and disappeared from the Violet Dragon Emperor's body made her soul tremble. She was unable to resist at all. Under the flaming parasol tree, the Phoenix clan elders looked at each other. Feng Ai and Chick Feng had challenged the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, one after the other, but the result was a crushing defeat before Du Xiaofu even made a move. And this was on the Phoenix clan's home ground. From ancient times until now, the Phoenix clan had probably never suffered such a blow. The desolate country is really full of talents. The Rock Emperor is so young and he has already achieved so much. He is really not simple. The patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Huang Mengjun, spoke with a faint smile on her face. It was as if she didn't care about the two defeats of the Phoenix clan at all. There was an inexplicable sense of nobility and majesty in her voice. "Patriarch, you flatter me," Du Xiaofu said. "I'm not flattering you. You deserve your reputation." Huang Mengjun smiled. She then swept her gaze across the square and said softly, "Are there any other disciples who want to challenge? If not, let's call it a day. When the spiritual sparrow stage opens, everyone will give it their all." Hearing this, the disciples of the Phoenix clan in the square looked at each other. Previously, many disciples had already fought, and the impact of the last two battles between Feng Ai and the second prince, Feng Chu, caused no one to want to show off at this moment. In comparison, not only would they not attract the attention of the elders, they would also appear clumsy and dull. Ripples flashed through the depths of Du Xiaofu's eyes. This time, he had come to the Phoenix clan to ask for help. There had to be a time when he had to speak, and this might be an opportunity. It seems that no one wants to continue. Just as Du Xiaofu was hesitating whether to take advantage of this opportunity to speak, a gentle voice sounded. It was the first prince, Feng Han, who had been sitting next to several respected elders. He stood up slightly, his voice was calm, and his eyes were filled with divine light. His robe embroidered with 5-colored phoenix patterns fluttered slightly as he walked out from his seat. His posture was tall and straight, and it was as if his body was suddenly filled with an invisible dazzling light. It was extremely dazzling. When his voice fell, Feng Han had already walked to the square. "First Prince." The disciples of the Phoenix clan around him bowed respectfully. The elders below the flaming parasol tree also looked over. The first prince, Feng Han, was an existence that the Phoenix clan could not ignore. To the elders present, they knew very well that if it were not for Huang Ling's appearance, the next clan leader would almost certainly be the first prince, Feng Han. However, Huang Ling had the ancestral Phoenix bloodline, and her future was limitless. Coupled with the supreme nirvana, this caused a huge change in the next clan leader's position. Dispense with the formalities, Feng Han stepped onto the stage and swept his long sleeves at the surrounding disciples. He looked at the elders seated under the flaming parasol tree. He stood there quietly and exuded a noble aura. He said, "Since all the elders are here today, I have something that I would like all the elders to bear witness to. The first prince seems to have an important decision." Hearing Feng Han's words, some of the elders below the flaming parasol tree also began to whisper to each other in low voices. Zi Xian of the Swanni bloodline, the supreme nirvana, has also been conferred as the princess of our clan by the divine ancestor. Under the curious gazes of the surrounding people, Feng Han slowly said, "Today, I, Feng Han, would like to take this opportunity to propose to Sister Zixian. Elders, please bear witness to this." Swish, swish, when Feng Han's voice fell, the surrounding gazes immediately fell on Zixian in unison. Only Huang Ling looked at Du Xiaofu. The first prince and princess Zixian are a match made in heaven. This is great. In the entire clan, only the first prince is compatible with Princess Zixian. This is a match made in heaven. With the first prince and princess Zixian's talents, they will definitely leave behind an even more powerful bloodline for our Phoenix clan in the future. After a short period of surprise and silence, the surrounding people gradually boiled over. Zixian was the only one in the main Phoenix bloodline to be conferred as a princess. Her supreme nirvana status was enough to prove her status in the clan. In the entire clan, only the first prince was compatible with her. Once this match was successful, it might leave behind an even more powerful bloodline for the Phoenix clan. Such a match was also something that the entire Phoenix clan was happy to see. The first prince and Zixian are a match made in heaven. They are the most suitable. Some of the elders had no objections and revealed smiles in their eyes. Only the first elder's gaze was rather calm. He sat quietly and calmly. "Zixian, what do you think?" Huang Mengjun smiled and looked at Zixian. If the first prince and Zixian could be together, it was indeed something that she would be extremely happy to see. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Zixian. They looked at the alluring woman and waited for her answer. "Father, this is bad. That guy wants to marry mother. What should we do?" Little Xingxing, who was wolfing down his food, had a drastic change in expression at this moment. Immediately, he transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu. To little Xingxing, his godmother and father were the ones who should be together, and definitely not the first prince. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also frowned slightly. When he heard Feng Han's words, there was an indescribable feeling of displeasure in his heart. However, he was unable to describe that feeling. He also looked toward Zixian. On the seat, Zixian stood up in response to Patriarch Huang Mengjun's question. She was a woman with a moving appearance, a seductive figure, and a noble temperament. At this moment, all the women in the Phoenix clan were envious of her. Many men were in a daze. All the disciples of the Phoenix clan knew that in the entire clan, only the first prince was worthy of the woman in front of them. Patriarch, Zixian is currently focused on cultivation. I have not thought of getting married. Under the gazes of everyone, Zixian's lips slightly opened. Her delicate voice was like the sound of nature. When such words were spoken, the entire place changed color. Some of the elders also looked at each other. The first prince had proposed in public. Which woman in the clan wasn't envious? However, Zixian had rejected him on the spot. In the square, Feng Han didn't have much of a reaction to Zixian's rejection. It was as if he had expected it. Focusing on cultivation won't affect your marriage. With the first prince and Zixian's talent, it is your responsibility and obligation to leave the bloodline of our Phoenix clan. The second elder looked at Zixian and said. Second elder is worried. However, Zixian is currently focused on cultivation. I have not thought of getting married. Zixian bowed slightly to the second elder. Her expression was very calm. Her delicate voice was still like the sound of nature. However, it wasn't difficult to feel that her attitude was very firm. Chapter 1827. Princess Zixian doesn't seem to be willing. Some people were already whispering to each other. Huang Mengjun's eyes also flickered with a subtle ripple. Zixian, although you are the princess personally conferred by the divine ancestor and have the divine ancestor's favor, you should think about our clan. I think the divine ancestor would be happy to see you and the first prince get married. The second elder's face darkened and his tone became sharper. Second elder, since Zi Xian doesn't want to get married, let's wait a little longer. It won't be too late to wait until the Spirit Sparrow Terrace opens. What do you think? The first elder, who had been calm all this while, spoke. His tone was calm, but there was a sense of majesty in it. The second elder's expression changed when he heard the first elder's words. Moreover, Zi Xian is a member of the Swanee bloodline. This matter needs to be discussed with the Swanee bloodline. Let's wait until the Spirit Sparrow Terrace opens. The first elder's gaze swept past the second elder, then he said to Huang Mengjun, "What does the clan leader think?" "Then let's do as the first elder says." Huang Mengjun said. "Mother, first elder, elders, according to the clan's rules, if Zi Xian can defeat me today, then this matter will be dropped forever. But if I win, then this matter will be decided." On the square, Feng Han was still extremely calm. He looked at the fire wudong tree and bowed with a smile. His eyes rippled with five-colored light as he said softly, "Of course, according to the clan's rules, if Sister Zi Xian feels that her cultivation is not enough, then if someone can replace Sister Zi Xian to fight, it will also count." Hearing this, the whole square was in an uproar. This was indeed the Phoenix clan's rule. Every time the young men and women of the right age in the clan proposed a marriage, there would be a phoenix seeking phoenix. In this, the man would challenge the woman he liked. If the phoenix won, then it would be a success. If the phoenix won, then it proved that the phoenix had no intention of fighting, and the matter would be dropped. In order to prevent this phoenix-seeking phoenix from worsening, the Phoenix clan also had a rule. If someone wanted to use their strength to make things difficult for the woman, then the woman could find someone to replace her or someone else to fight on her behalf. But usually, the replacement would be of the same generation. This kind of thing only happened in the clan, and the elders in the clan would not intervene. Even if they were really forced to make things difficult, they could only turn a blind eye to it. I wonder who won the battle between the first prince and Princess Zi Xian. Of course it's the first prince. Although Princess Zi Xian is a Nirvana paragon, and has also entered the divine domain to obtain opportunities, it is said that she has already reached the Nirvana paragon realm. However, the first prince's cultivation has already reached an extremely high level, surpassing even the second prince. I'm afraid that other than a few elders in the clan, no one else is a match for the first prince. It seems like this matter has already been decided. Princess Zi Xian can only be matched with the first prince. This is a match made in heaven. The crowd in the square was in a heated discussion. Now that things had come to this, it had caused quite a commotion. The elders and protectors beneath the flaming parasol tree all paled when they saw this. That guy doesn't seem to be weak. Mother doesn't have a high chance of winning. Little Xingxing's childish voice transmitted to Du Xiaofu's ears. His harmless face was filled with displeasure at this moment. Du Xiaofu's expression also changed. He sensed that the first prince's aura was unfathomable. Du Xiaofu more or less knew about Zi Xian's cultivation and strength. If they were to really fight, perhaps she wouldn't have a high chance of winning. However, this was an internal matter of the Phoenix clan, and Du Xiaofu felt rather helpless. He looked at Zi Xian. That alluring woman's purple eyes moved slightly, but her expression didn't change much as she looked at Feng Han from afar. It is said that Sister Zi Xian has an extraordinary relationship with the young patriarch of the Golden-Winged Great Rock clan. Today, the young patriarch of the Golden-Winged Great Rock clan is also an honored guest of my clan. Feng Han calmly spoke to Zi Xian with a smile. Suddenly, Feng Han's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu. He smiled and said, "How about this? If the young patriarch of the Golden-Winged Great Rock clan is willing to fight on behalf of Sister Zi Xian, as long as he wins, I will drop this matter. What do you think, young patriarch?" When these words fell, Du Xiaofu's eyebrows suddenly raised. His eyes narrowed as he muttered softly, "The person behind this has finally come out, Zi Xian glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu, then at Feng Han. Her red lips parted slightly and she said, "Okay." Hearing that, Feng Han's gaze, which had always been unwavering, rippled. He looked at Du Xiaofu and his expression disappeared in an instant. He still had a smile on his face as he said, "What do you think, young patriarch? This fellow also wants to challenge father and marry mother. Let me do it." Little Xingxing could no longer hold himself back. He was itching to go up. "Let me do it," Du Xiaofu said to little Xingxing. This seemed to be Zi Xian's problem, but Du Xiaofu already knew that it was actually his own problem. There were some problems that needed to be dealt with personally. Otherwise, there would be no deterrence effect and it would only cause more trouble. Although he didn't know where this problem came from, Du Xiaofu understood that he had to deal with it himself. "Of course. It's just that I'm not a disciple of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. I don't know if it'll be inconvenient for me to replace Princess Zi Xian and fight the first prince." Du Xiaofu stood up and looked at Feng Han from afar. "Young patriarch is an honored guest of my clan. You have an extraordinary relationship with Sister Zi Xian. Naturally, there won't be any inconvenience for you to replace Sister Zi Xian. It's fine as long as I accept it. I'm also willing to fight against young patriarch," said Feng Han. The expressions of the elders and protectors under the fiery parasol tree changed, but no one said anything. Patriarch Huang Mengjun also didn't say anything. Her eyes were glowing as she looked at Du Xiaofu and Zi Xian. "According to the rules today, the winner of the battle will receive a reward from my clan. After all, you're not a member of my clan. Although you're fighting for me, if you can defeat the first prince, I believe that my Phoenix clan will definitely not be stingy with your rewards." Zi Xian glanced at Du Xiaofu and said. Then, she looked at the elders and protectors and said with a voice like the sound of nature, "I wonder what the elders think. The first prince will fight against the young patriarch of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. If the young patriarch of the golden-winged Great Peng clan wins, my clan will definitely reward him." The second elder looked at Du Xiaofu and Zi Xian and said, "However, if the first prince wins, your marriage with the first prince will be set." "Of course." Zi Xian nodded. Chapter 1828. Du Xiaofu frowned. How could he not tell that Zi Xian was doing this on purpose? She knew the reason why he came to the Phoenix clan. She wanted to make it easier for him to speak to the Phoenix clan so that it would be difficult for the Phoenix clan to refuse. And Zi Xian was using her marriage to the first prince, Feng Han, as the price. "Father, do your best. You must defeat that guy." Little Xingxing was very unhappy and wished that he could go on stage. There was a bitter smile on Du Xiaofu's face. On his resolute and determined face, there were some ripples in his eyes. Zi Xian was trying to find an opportunity for him. However, if he were to fail, not only would he implicate the reputation of the great golden-winged Peng clan, the Phoenix clan would also reject his request to borrow the Nirvana divine pool. Most importantly, even Zi Xian would be implicated and would have to marry the first prince, Feng Han. "Little friend, what do you think?" Huang Mengjun looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. At this moment, there were some fluctuations in her eyes. "Okay, then let me experience the extraordinariness of the Phoenix clan." Du Xiaofu stood up. Someone had probably arranged this battle from the beginning. Now that there was no way out, he had to personally deal with this trouble. But Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that no matter what the reason was, he could not lose this battle. Whoosh! When his voice sounded, Du Xiaofu's figure jumped out and landed in front of Feng Han in the square under countless gazes. Looking at Du Xiaofu in front of him, Feng Han was not surprised. His expression was still gentle and he said with a faint smile, "Rumor has it that young master has a divine lightning cauldron left behind by the supreme expert who sealed the ancient demon, as well as a treasure that can directly destroy the body of the ancestor of legalism, Qin Tianchi, and kill Li Qinfa." But I don't know to what extent young master has comprehended the beast energy of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. How could Du Xiaofu not understand? The first prince was clearly afraid of his divine lightning cauldron and blazing thunder bullet. The news of him killing Li Qinfa and destroying Qin Tianxu's body naturally could not escape the ears of the Phoenix clan. But at this moment, he did not have any blazing thunder bullets on him. Since it's a competition, it's a little inappropriate to use treasures. I won't use any external objects in a competition with the first prince. Du Xiaofu spoke, but he frowned slightly at the seemingly gentle Feng Han in front of him. This was definitely an extremely difficult opponent. Not only was his cultivation strong, but his mind was also not ordinary. From the beginning, Feng Ai was probably ordered by him, but he was defeated by the little tiger in the end. But in this battle, Du Xiaofu really did not plan to use the divine lightning cauldron. No matter who he met under the Saint Realm, Du Xiaofu was really confident at this moment. Not using that treasure and the divine lightning cauldron? This kid is a little arrogant. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the many elders and protectors of the Phoenix clan under the flaming parasol tree smiled. From the information obtained by the Phoenix clan, these elders and protectors of the Phoenix clan were most worried that Du Xiaofu would use the divine lightning cauldron and that mysterious treasure in the battle between Du Xiaofu and the first prince. Legalism's Li Qinfa and Qin Tianxu had both fallen into it. Naturally, they were afraid of the first prince, Feng Han. But at this moment, hearing Du Xiaofu say that he would not use any external objects, the elders and protectors of the Phoenix clan immediately rejoiced. Du Xiaofu, who did not have any external objects to help him, was only a human after all. How could he be compared with the first prince? In that case, I also want to experience the methods of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Feng Han's eyes revealed a faint smile. His slender figure was like a sculpture. His long robe embroidered with phoenix patterns moved slightly, and a blazing and vigorous aura slowly spread out from his body. I also want to know the methods of the Phoenix clan. Du Xiaofu slowly took a deep breath, then exhaled a long breath from his abdomen. His fists clenched under the long sleeves of his purple robe. A fighting spirit quietly rose in his eyes. In this battle, he would take down Feng Han with his physical strength. He absolutely could not lose. At this moment, the atmosphere in the plaza quietly became hostile. Everyone could feel the invisible tension in the air. There was no need to mention the first prince, Feng Han, within the Phoenix clan. He was an existence that even the second prince, young Feng, had to admit defeat. As for the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, his name had frequently spread throughout the Phoenix clan. He was an existence that swept through his peers in the outside world. He had long since surpassed his peers. In all of Kyushu, the Beast region, and other places, no one of his peers could compare to him. He was a Nirvana Grandmaster. He had slain dragons 3 and 4, Gongsun Wuji from the school of vertical and horizontal, Qin Wudi from the legalism, and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu from the school of Nirvana. Even the disciples of the Phoenix clan did not dare to underestimate him. One was the first prince of the Phoenix clan. He had cultivated for many years and was able to crush his peers in the past. The other was the young master of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. In the outside world, he was known as the Rock Emperor and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. With so many reputations, he was in the limelight. His achievements could only be described as breathtaking. Although the experts of the Phoenix clan believed that Du Xiaofu was only able to achieve such accomplishments because of the divine lightning cauldron and other treasures, his status as a Nirvana Grandmaster was enough to make it impossible for them to overlook his strength. At this moment, the first prince, Feng Han, and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, were about to fight. Disregarding everything else, it was enough to make the blood of the Phoenix clan's disciples boil with excitement. All the elders, protectors, Patriarch Huang Mengjun, and the others were also focused on the plaza. The battle between these two not only represented a battle between the strongest of their peers in the outside world and the strongest of their peers in the Phoenix clan, but also a battle between the next patriarchs of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. One had to know that the first prince, Feng Han, still had a chance to become the next patriarch of the Phoenix clan. With Du Xiaofu's status in the golden-winged Great Peng clan, he also had a chance to become the next patriarch of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Humans are humans after all. Under the flaming parasol tree, a faint smile appeared on the second elder's face with some indifference. The Phoenix clan had been defeated twice by Du Xiaofu and the Purple Dragon Emperor, which had greatly damaged the reputation of the entire Phoenix clan. This battle could not be lost. Since Du Xiaofu dared to boast that he would not use any external items, the second elder had absolute confidence in his heart. The second elder was well aware of the first prince's strength. The advantage of the Phoenix clan was enough to crush the humans. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Zi Xian, Huang Ling, and Huang Wu's beautiful eyes were slightly raised as they looked at the battlefield. Although I don't know how you became the young patriarch of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, I sincerely hope that you can truly comprehend the techniques of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Otherwise, without the divine lightning cauldron and other external items, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on for long. Feng Han's expression was still smiling, but his voice was a little sharper, like the cry of a phoenix. The formless aura revealed a noble and arrogant attitude. As the first prince of the Phoenix clan, he indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. The Phoenix clan has been passed down since ancient times. I hope that the first prince can truly inherit it. Hearing Feng Han's words, Du Xiaofu's gaze moved. His eyes calmly looked at Feng Han, and his fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. Unknowingly, they were competing with each other. Boom! At the same time, the profound qi in Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower began to circulate like a surging river. A tyrannical and fierce aura quietly surged out, and in an instant, his purple robes fluttered as he rushed into the void of the plaza, shaking the clouds. As if he could feel the fighting spirit on Du Xiaofu's body, Feng Han's five-colored eyes flashed with brilliance as he heard those words. He said, "You are a guest from afar. Please make your move." Du Xiaofu was the kind of person who would respect others 10 times if they respected him. However, if others wanted to be overbearing, they would have found the wrong person. Looking at Feng Han, Du Xiaofu raised his head and glanced at him. Suddenly, he grinned and said indifferently, "It's better for the first prince to make his move first. If I were to make my move, I'm afraid that you won't even have the chance to retaliate." The expression on Feng Han's warm and smiling face finally began to change. Some indifference slowly surged onto it. There was a fiery hot aura climbing out of his five-colored eyes. However, it gave people a chill in their hearts. At the same time, a majestic energy storm that was not the slightest bit inferior to Du Xiaofu's aura erupted from Feng Han's body in an incomparably blazing manner. Walala! In an instant, wind and clouds surged in the plaza, and five-colored flames burned with a resounding rumble as they whistled and surged. I hope that the young master's strength is as extraordinary as your words. Feng Han opened his mouth and said indifferently. You will know in a while. Du Xiaofu licked the corner of his lips with his tongue and smiled slightly. His seemingly calm voice also contained a kind of fierceness, as if he was fighting for no reason and did not back down in the slightest. I look forward to it. The blazing aura in Feng Han's eyes grew even stronger. In an instant, an incomparably blazing aura swept through the air, and a terrifying aura swept out without holding back, climbing to the peak. The peak of the domain stage, no, its half-step to the master region. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, and his eyes narrowed. He could sense that the first Prince Feng Han's cultivation level, which was no longer concealing his aura, had surpassed the peak of the domain stage, but had yet to reach the master region level. It should be half-step to the master region level. Half a step away from the master region level. Chapter 1829. Walala, the blazing five-colored flames were like divine flames. When the first prince, Feng Han, did not conceal his cultivation and aura, they whistled out with him as the center and turned into a sea of fire. There were even faint sounds of lightning and thunder, which made people's hearts tremble and their skin burn. The blazing heat could burn everything into nothingness, and there were even signs that it could affect space. Half-step into the master region. The first prince's cultivation has already reached such a level. Although he has yet to reach the Nirvana realm, his chances of breaking through to the Saint realm in the future are extremely high. When they sensed the first prince's cultivation and aura, many elders under the fiery parasol tree exclaimed in admiration and shock. Feng Han's cultivation level had already suppressed the majority of the elders. With such heavenly talent, it was extremely likely that he would step into the Saint realm. His future was limitless, and he would become the top guardian of the entire Phoenix clan in the future. The five-colored flames whistled and burned everything. A terrifying energy storm swept out, causing the entire plaza to tremble. The invisible pressure made the disciples of the Phoenix clan want to crawl and go limp. However, Du Xiaofu stood in the plaza. That terrifying aura swept out, but he was unmoved like a boulder. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was secretly praising Feng Han in his heart. This first prince Feng Han was indeed extraordinary. Just the aura that emanated from his body had caused such a commotion. Among the living creatures of the same level, there were not many who could compare to him. Then let's begin. Just as Du Xiaofu was secretly exclaiming in admiration, Feng Han moved. The five-colored flames surged and turned into a vortex, sweeping out like a tornado. A flame with five-colored divine light turned into the shadow of a phoenix's wings. It was as if a phoenix had spread its wings, and it carried the blazing five-colored flames as it swept towards Du Xiaofu from all directions. The five-colored flames were extremely terrifying. The shadow of a phoenix's wings that condensed into a phoenix's wings carried the supreme beast aura of the Phoenix clan. This attack swept towards Du Xiaofu in just an instant. Everywhere it passed, space was destroyed and burned into nothingness. It even caused space to distort. Du Xiaofu condensed his hand seals in the face of such a terrifying and swift attack, and golden light erupted from his body. Just as the attack was about to reach him, the space faintly distorted, and his figure dodged the attack with an extremely strange speed and arc, as though he had teleported through space. It's not that simple. The voice of the first prince, Feng Han, came from the five-colored flame vortex when Du Xiaofu dodged the attack. The shadow of the phoenix's wings, as if it was sentient, it instantly turned into countless phoenix feathers. Feathers, like sharp arrows, and piercing space, and closely following Du Xiaofu, the shadow of the phoenix. Little Taoist. Du Xiaofu stood in the void, neither too fast nor too slow. However, just as the countless phoenix's feathers pierced through space and arrived in front of him, he waved his sleeve, and an earth-shattering golden light swept out. An overbearing aura suddenly swept out from his body like a storm. Du Xiaofu displayed the Fuyao heaven-shaking wings, and swept the area in front of him. The countless phoenix feathers were destroyed in the void in the most overbearing manner, turning into broken five-colored flame runes. Is that so? An indifferent voice sounded, and a blazing five-colored sea of fire swept out, directly enveloping Du Xiaofu's body. The terrifying heat burned the void, and filled the vacuum. A fierce claw stretched out, directly grabbing towards Du Xiaofu's neck. Bang! Du Xiaofu shook his arm, and a fist directly collided with the claw. The muffled sound was like thunder, and the void trembled. Feng Han's figure appeared, and the void where the claw and fist collided directly cracked, with pitch-black spatial cracks spreading out. The two figures staggered back at almost the same time. Phoenix Rising Sun, but at this moment, a sharp shout suddenly sounded from Feng Han's mouth. From his body, blazing flame runes swept out in an endless stream, like a volcanic eruption, and turned into a phoenix's shadow. It was blazing like the sun, and it flapped its wings and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. The golden light was boundless, and Du Xiaofu activated the rock descends to the 9 heavens. It was like a real golden-winged rock descending, carrying the overbearing will of the golden-winged rock clan, and directly swept out to confront the attack. This was a confrontation between 2 supreme beasts, and it was also like a golden-winged rock and a phoenix confronting each other. It caused the wind and thunder to resound in the air, and a series of blazing and dazzling rune lights burst forth. The energy was as gorgeous as golden fireworks, and the 5-colored flames swept out, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. The surrounding gazes were shocked as they looked at the gorgeous confrontation in the square. Gorgeous runes poured out, but they contained an absolutely terrifying destructive power, causing those with insufficient cultivation to only tremble. Qi. In the shattered gorgeous energy, Feng Han's figure appeared, and a majestic energy fluctuation was emitted. He waved his hand, and it was filled with monstrous runes. In just an instant, it condensed into a blazing handprint. When the handprint condensed, the incomparably vigorous and blazing 5-colored flame energy in the surroundings suddenly collapsed, and then all of it condensed and poured into the handprint. Just as this handprint was completely formed, a resplendent, sparkling and translucent phoenix was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. An extremely frightening, blazing aura was also emitted from the handprint. The boundless energy contained within it caused one's heart to palpitate with fear at a glance. Phoenix Rising Ceremony. Feng Han floated in the air, and the phoenix pattern on his robe seemed as if it had come alive. He had a noble and proud bearing as he swooped down with a wave of his hand. At this moment, his half-step overlord realm cultivation had completely swept out, and he directly slapped his hand towards Du Xiaofu. Screech, such a handprint carried the resounding cry of a phoenix, and then a surging 5-colored flame whistled out like a stormy wave, and it transformed into a rune that instantly arrived. However, at this instant, light flickered around Du Xiaofu, and then a strange rune shot into the sky. His aura surged and erupted, and it was accompanied by golden light. In an instant, the dazzling golden light formed numerous corporeal fragments that seemed like feathers around Du Xiaofu, and they formed layer upon layer. They seemed like feathers, but they seemed more like armor fragments, and they formed a set of divine and gorgeous golden armor that covered his entire body. A pair of golden rock wings appeared behind Du Xiaofu as well. They possessed a monstrous aura, and they were truly connected to his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. He seemed like a real human rock that intended to soar into the sky and soar through the sky. At this moment, the golden rock wings and the feathered armor on Du Xiaofu's back seemed like a perfect match, and they fused together perfectly. The divine and gorgeous armor and the domineering and arrogant golden rock wings made him seem even more divine, majestic, and domineering. Screech, when the feathered armor and golden rock wings appeared, the screech of a rock pierced through the clouds and shattered rocks, and a peerlessly domineering aura swept through space. This was the first level of the azure spirit armor that Du Xiaofu had cultivated, and he'd activated the true rock wings as well. The two of them complemented each other and seemed like a perfect match. The combination of the azure spirit armor and the golden rock wings caused Du Xiaofu to seem like a real human rock at this moment, and he intended to flap his wings and tear through the sky. When this change happened in an instant, the eyes of the Phoenix clan elders under the flaming parasol tree began to ripple intensely with unconcealable emotions. The former's handprint arrived in an instant. As Du Xiaofu condensed the azure spirit armor and activated the golden rock wings, his 5 fingers curled slightly, and the resplendent golden talisman engravings on his fingertips seemed to want to tear through space. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the claw. Rock chaos shattering claw. At this moment, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was like that of a peerless ferocious rock. The dazzling talisman engravings on his claw were like golden lightning, and it was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and fly out. The domineering and fierce aura that seeped out from the claw imprint caused the surrounding disciples of the Phoenix clan to feel their bodies tremble. Swish, golden light erupted from the claw like countless golden lightning snakes. With an incomparably domineering posture, it fiercely collided with the former's handprint. The energy eruption caused the surrounding space to surge and boil. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the handprint and claw directly collided with each other in the most powerful manner. The large area of space turned pitch black, and the sound of space shattering could be heard. Resplendent energy ripples spread out like lightning, causing the space to shatter inch by inch. At the place where the energy collided, a huge pitch-black spatial hole appeared. That kind of pure darkness devouring caused one's scalp to go numb. The golden light and the five-colored flames spread out and then dissipated. Dang dang, Du Xiaofu's figure staggered a few steps back, and only stabilized his body after crossing hundreds of feet of space. The azure spirit armor on his body dimmed for a moment, and then it became resplendent again. His entire body was covered by the feathered armor, and the golden rock wings on his back spread out. The first Prince Feng Han's figure only swayed slightly. However, at this moment, 5 deep bloody wounds appeared on his right palm, so deep that his bones could be seen. Phoenix blood pooled. It was obvious that Feng Han was at a disadvantage. With such an injury, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. The first prince is at a disadvantage. After a brief moment of shock, a commotion of disbelief broke out in the square. Everyone could see that although it seemed like Du Xiaofu was pushed back, in reality, it was the first Prince Feng Han who was severely injured. His injuries were definitely not light. The aura of the true golden-winged rock clan, under the flaming parasol tree, there were also cries of disbelief and shock. At this moment, those elders and protectors felt the aura of the true golden-winged rock clan on Du Xiaofu's body. It was definitely not just the supreme beast ability of the golden-winged rock clan. It was clearly a true golden-winged rock. Is this demon king Du Xiaofu a human or a golden-winged rock? An elder was puzzled. His eyes shone with disbelief. No wonder he can become the young clan leader of the golden-winged rock clan. This is clearly a true golden-winged rock. An elder's eyes shone. At this moment, he finally understood why a human could become the young clan leader of the golden-winged rock clan. This was clearly a true golden-winged rock. Big Brother is actually at a disadvantage. Huang Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She found it hard to accept such an outcome. His strongest point is not the treasures on him. His physical body is truly terrifying. The profound qi in his body is surging and his body contains several types of spiritual lightning. Big Brother has underestimated his opponent. Huang Linger looked at the square as if she was replying to Huang Wu. Finally, she muttered softly, compared to last time, his strength has increased by quite a bit. Humph, this bit of strength seems to be far from enough. Little Xingxing snorted coldly. He looked at the void above the square with a proud expression on his young face. You do have some ability. You did not disappoint me. Feng Han looked at the injury on his hand. His eyes quietly twitched. After uttering these words, a 5-colored flame began to spread within his palm. That bone-deep injury actually began to show signs of healing. However, Feng Han's recovery speed was much slower than Du Xiaofu's immortal Xian body. Of course, I will not disappoint you next, Du Xiaofu said. There is no next. It's about to end. These words came out of Feng Han's mouth. Suddenly, an even more violent and blazing aura erupted from his body. In an instant, it shook the clouds and rushed into the sky. In the next moment, a huge 5-colored phoenix appeared and occupied the void. The 5-colored flames burned and burned. When it flapped its wings, the entire void shook. From the huge phoenix's body, a terrifying pressure spread out, causing all beasts to tremble. It covered the sky and the sun, making people feel small and shocked. Gee! The phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. From the huge phoenix's body, a rolling flame rose from the 5-colored flames like oil was poured on the fire. However, at this moment, the flame had already turned black-purple. It was incomparably deep, but the degree of heat was more than 10 times stronger than the 5-colored flames. Phoenix bathing in fire. When the black-purple flames rose from Feng Han's body, many elders under the flaming parasol tree suddenly trembled and stood up. Their eyes trembled and flashed with divine light. Big Brother has really cultivated the phoenix bathing in fire. At this moment, even Huang Linger, Huang Wu, Feng Chu, and the others had violent waves in their eyes. Chapter 1830. Phoenix Nirvana, Rebirth from Fire. Phoenix Nirvana. That was the spiritual fire formed when the Phoenix Nirvana. It was unique to the Phoenix clan, but it was difficult for anyone to cultivate it. It was rumored that since ancient times, the number of ancestors of the Phoenix clan who had obtained the opportunity to cultivate Phoenix Nirvana could be counted on one hand. However, every ancestor of the Phoenix clan who cultivated Phoenix Nirvana was extremely powerful, and 1/3 of them were able to cultivate it. They were able to rely on the Phoenix Nirvana in their bodies to be reborn and reach a higher level. Phoenix Nirvana itself was ranked in the top 3 among the flames of the entire Phoenix clan. It was extremely powerful. It was rumored that the Phoenix Nirvana could burn everything, including all living things. When the Phoenix Nirvana rose, the huge body of the Phoenix clan spread its wings and hovered in the air. In the air around the square, many disciples of the Phoenix clan could not withstand the pressure from their bloodline and soul and reverted to their true forms, crying and crawling. The Phoenix Nirvana whistled over. Du Xiaofu raised his head and instantly felt that the world was about to darken. The terrifying power and heat burned the surrounding space, turning it into a dark vacuum. A large area of dark vacuum appeared, and the deep dark light made one's hair stand on end. Phoenix Nirvana, it's time to end it. The phoenix that blotted out the sky flapped its wings, and it carried along the phoenix flames that covered the heavens and the earth as it surged like a torrent. Tempestuous waves that were dazzling and deep arose in the sea, and it instantly swept Du Xiaofu within its terrifying might that incinerated a vacuum. This attack was a type of destruction, and the terrifying heat was enough to burn all living things. This attack was too terrifying. This was the strength of the Phoenix clan. Boom! It was also at this moment that Du Xiaofu's aura changed instantly. A terrifying aura surged, and his hair poured down like a waterfall of electric arcs, emitting a brilliant purple light with lightning runes fluctuating. At this moment, purple electric arcs covered Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor. Du Xiaofu activated the thunder martial vein in his body. With him as the center, the surrounding wind and clouds surged, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and countless brilliant purple electric arcs appeared in the sky. The aura of the thunder martial vein was strong, and the murderous aura spread out. Although it was not austere, it showed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. Such a terrifying aura of lightning was capable of sweeping through the heavens and punishing all living beings. It made all living beings tremble with fear. Such a terrifying aura made Du Xiaofu seem like a god of thunder descending to the world, looking down on the world. Is it really over? Du Xiaofu bellowed. Lightning runes intertwined as he raised his hand. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the air. Countless bolts of lightning gathered in the air. His entire body was wrapped in lightning, and he directly swept towards the surging phoenix flames. Such a terrifying might coupled with the fact that Du Xiaofu didn't hold back any longer at this moment, the golden rock wings on his back were dyed a violet gold color, and it was like a god of thunder had descended from the sky. It was peerlessly overbearing and looked down upon the world, and it was impossible to resist. Not to mention the younger generation of the Phoenix clan at this moment, even the elders and protectors of the Phoenix clan under the flaming parasol tree gasped. Such a demon king Du Xiaofu, the terrifying aura on his body made them tremble with fear. Bang, 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 the space was constantly exploding, and the heavenly thunder rumbled. The thunder martial vein was activated, the azure spirit armor and the golden rock wings were completely natural. Chi, 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 at this moment, Du Xiaofu was completely unstoppable in the phoenix flames. He destroyed the phoenix flames and directly flew towards Feng Han's body. That terrifying phoenix flames could burn all living beings and the void, but at this moment, it couldn't stop Du Xiaofu's footsteps. In the midst of the lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, and the void collapsing one after another, Du Xiaofu traversed the void and arrived. Gee, the black-purple flames were deep and blazing. Feng Han flapped his wings and let out a long cry. His entire body was covered in the resplendent talisman patterns of the Phoenix clan, revealing a mysterious aura. With an unparalleled terrifying power, he wanted to turn Du Xiaofu into ashes and destroy him in the sky. At this moment, Feng Han had already exerted his full strength. His terrifying might coupled with his enormous body diving down was like the collision of a comet, and it erupted with dazzling and deep black-violet divine flames. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed while cracks densely covered the sky. How terrifying, the first prince is already going all out. Almost everyone in the surroundings was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying aura made the disciples of the Phoenix clan tremble with fear. The first prince's cultivation was already so terrifying. It's time to end this. Du Xiaofu looked at Feng Han who was swooping down and said calmly. At the same time, the void suddenly became chaotic. With Feng Han as the center, a strange pattern appeared in the void and enveloped the void. This was a void 8 trigrams pattern. With Du Xiaofu as the center, the void 8 trigrams pattern swept out like a divine ring. It was suffused with resplendent light and surged with all kinds of strange phenomena. On the 8 trigrams pattern, there were mountains and lakes, wind and rain, thunder and lightning alternating, the sun, moon and stars changing, mountains and rivers moving horizontally. In an instant, a strange power swept out in all directions, bringing with it a kind of heaven and earth momentum that affected the void. At this moment, Feng Han's huge eyes changed color. He immediately felt that no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't break free from the strange energy that enveloped the void. A vast power could directly suppress his phoenix flames. Earth fire bright destruction. Boom. Heavenly pool trigram destruction. Boom. Heavenly fire dual person destruction. Heavenly thunder absolute destruction. Boom. Strange hand seals condensed from Du Xiaofu's hands. The 8 trigrams pattern had a myriad of changes. Thunder and lightning stars appeared, surging flames burned, mountains and rivers moved, heavenly thunder rumbled, and terrifying thunderbolts traversed the universe. The entire ancient void resonated with heaven and earth at this moment. Resplendent runes were like a sea, surging mighty, creating layers upon layers of stormy waves. Not good, at this moment, under the flaming parasol tree, many elders of the Phoenix clan had already stood up, their pupils constricting. The Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and Patriarch Huang Mingjuan's eyes also surged with resplendent light for the first time, suffused with divine light, violently fluctuating. Rumble, the 8 trigrams pattern in the void violently surged with turbulent waves, various terrifying visions appeared, and the surrounding void was collapsing inch by inch. Ka, Feng Han was suppressed, the phoenix flames were annihilating, the phoenix feathers on his body were exploding, the phoenix body was cracking, blood was stained, and his mouth was also directly spitting out phoenix blood. At this moment, Feng Han's eyes were filled with shock. The terrifying power was a kind of heaven and earth momentum that he couldn't resist at all. Indeed, it's time to end it. Du Xiaofu's figure soared into the sky and appeared in the void above Feng Han's body. Within the 8 trigrams pattern in the void, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. His resolute face carried a hint of indifference. As he spoke, he shook his arm, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the fist was covered with thunder martial veins, surrounded by resplendent thunderbolts that gathered and wrapped around his arm disdainfully. Tyrannical Fist Wei. Du Xiaofu punched out. The tyrannical fist Wei contained thunder martial veins, and directly swooped down on the back of Feng Han's huge body. Roar! This punch faintly carried the sound of a dragon and elephant's roar, as if it could explode the heaven and earth, and heavily landed on Feng Han's back. Immediately, feathers flew, the raging flames were extinguished, and Feng Han's huge body directly fell from the sky. Bang! Feng Han heavily landed on the square. Such an impact caused countless cracks to appear on the ancient square that was reinforced. His body was dripping with blood, the wound on his back revealed his bones, and phoenix blood spurted out from his mouth. As Feng Han's body fell, the hearts of the elders and protectors of the Phoenix clan trembled at the same time. Looking at the huge body that was defeated to such an extent by an extremely small figure, the hearts of the crowd trembled. Around the square, under the flaming parasol tree, everyone's eyes were trembling, gradually filled with an unbelievable shock. No one had thought that the final result would be like this. This is impossible. How can this demon king be so tyrannical? Some of the elders shook their heads in disbelief, but they had seen it with their own eyes. Huang Mengjun, Huang Wu, Feng Chu, and the others revealed bitter smiles, and shock quietly swept across their faces. Huang Ling's charming face showed some helplessness. She didn't seem to be surprised by such a structure. Huang Ling just didn't expect that her eldest brother, Feng Han, would be defeated so thoroughly and miserably. He won, father won, mother doesn't have to marry that mysterious first prince. Little Xingxing was very excited. You lost. Du Xiaofu looked at Feng Han's body that had fallen to the ground and said indifferently, but his voice was like thunder that resounded. Feng Han withdrew his body, and the robe on his body was tattered, covered with wounds, and phoenix blood flowed out. Chapter 1831. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on the first prince, Feng Han. Perhaps the disciples of the Phoenix clan were still unable to accept such an outcome. The first prince, a half-step Lord Regent expert, had actually been defeated just like that. Moreover, he had been defeated so cleanly. In the completely silent atmosphere, Feng Han's body trembled slightly as he listened to Du Xiaofu's words. The multicolored pupils in his eyes fluctuated. How could Feng Han not know that he had been defeated? Not only that, he had been defeated miserably. That terrifying aura had crushed him to the point where he was unable to resist. His half-step Lord Regent cultivation was actually so weak in front of a rebirth Nirvana realm expert. As a member of the Phoenix clan and the first prince of the Phoenix clan, he still had the pride of his status. It was difficult for him to accept such a reality. Feng Han had heard of the countless legends about the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. It was said that this person could shock the world. However, he had never taken Du Xiaofu too seriously. After all, Du Xiaofu was only a human. He possessed the divine lightning cauldron, a treasure left behind by the sealed ancient evil demon. Coupled with the fact that Du Xiaofu himself should be extraordinary, he naturally possessed great battle strength. In fact, Feng Han had always claimed that he would fight against the young master of the Great Golden-Winged Rock clan. Only the young master of the Great Golden-Winged Rock clan could fight against him. Behind his warm smile was the pride that the first prince of the Phoenix clan should possess. Not all humans were qualified to fight against him. However, the current outcome was a battle of physical strength. Feng Han had been defeated. This was something he had never expected. Although he had heard of all the legends, he had never taken the man seriously. The legendary Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had actually defeated him in such a powerful manner. Feng Han clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the purple-robed man who had already withdrawn his strange armor and golden wings. No matter how great his cultivation was, no matter how magnanimous he was, he could not help but feel dissatisfied. Feng Han was truly unable to accept this. He was the first prince of the Phoenix clan, and had cultivated for a very long time. However, he had been defeated by the human man before him. That man also had an extraordinary relationship with Zi Xian, so extraordinary that he could fight on Zi Xian's behalf. Victory and defeat have been determined. A loss is a loss. If you don't even have the courage to admit defeat, what qualifications do you have to become the first prince of the Phoenix clan? Looking at Feng Han from afar, Huang Mengjun spoke under the fire parasol tree. Her voice was calm yet dignified. Feng Han raised his head, his chest rising and falling as he took in a deep breath. His expression returned to normal and was as gentle as before. The change in this short period of time was indeed proof of his extraordinary cultivation. He said to Du Xiaofu, "I have indeed lost. Demon King Du Xiaofu, your reputation is well deserved." After he finished speaking, Feng Han looked at Zi Xian. On his handsome face, there was a pale smile as he said, "I lost. I have no fate with little sister Zi Xian. In the future, I will not mention this matter again." Beneath the blazing wudong, the second elder's complexion was rather unsightly as he listened to the first prince's words. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he stopped himself. "I am wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Thank you for your kindness, first prince." Zi Xian looked at Feng Han and nodded slightly. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu. Ripples appeared in her beautiful purple eyes. Her red lips parted slightly and her voice was like the sound of nature. She said, "You've won. The Phoenix clan won't go back on our words. You can ask for anything. In that case, I will ask the Phoenix clan to use the Nirvana Divine Pool." Du Xiaofu did not hesitate as he looked at the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Huang Mengjun. Asking the Phoenix clan to use the Nirvana Divine Pool was also the purpose of his visit. "What? You want to use the Nirvana Divine Pool?" However, when Du Xiaofu's words rang out, the surroundings were in an uproar. All the elders and protectors of the blazing wudong looked at each other in dismay before their gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. However, Feng Han, Feng Chu, Huang Linger, and Huang Wu were not surprised at all. Huang Mengjun also did not find it strange, but there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. Everything was within her expectations. "Although you have won, you want to borrow the Nirvana Divine Pool? Aren't you asking for too much? Do you know what the Nirvana Divine Pool is?" The second elder looked displeased as he looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. "The Nirvana Divine Pool opened once every 500 years. Every time it opened, only 3 disciples of the Phoenix clan would be allowed to use it. It was extremely beneficial to the Phoenix clan, so how could they lend it to an outsider? I know that the Nirvana Divine Pool is a great treasure of the Phoenix clan. If I can borrow the Nirvana Divine Pool, I am willing to compensate the Phoenix clan to the best of my ability," Du Xiaofu said to the second elder. "Compensation? Do you think there is any compensation that can compare to the Nirvana Divine Pool of the Phoenix clan?" The second elder looked at Du Xiaofu with glowing eyes. The majestic Phoenix clan had existed since ancient times. When the Phoenix clan dominated the world, humans were still struggling to survive. What could they possibly compensate the Phoenix clan? But soon after, the second elder revealed a cold smile as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Since you said that you want compensation, I'll give you a chance. Hand over one of your divine lightning cauldrons, and I'll let you borrow the Nirvana Divine Pool once." The second elder's words moved the eyes of the elders and protectors under the flaming parasol tree. The Nirvana Divine Pool was a priceless treasure to the Phoenix clan. But if they could use the divine lightning cauldron as the price, it was not impossible to negotiate. Du Xiaofu frowned. Although he had to borrow the Nirvana Divine Pool, otherwise the little Ant Emperor's consequences would be worrying. It was a promise made to the old Ant Emperor before his death. But if he had to use the divine lightning cauldron as the price, which was left behind by the master of 3,000 worlds, Du Xiaofu knew that he couldn't hand it over. Second elder, why do you have to be so overbearing? If news of this spreads, the outside world will say that my Phoenix clan doesn't keep our promise and bullies others. That won't be good. Zi Xian looked at the second elder and bowed slightly. Zi Xian, what do you mean by this? Don't think that you can disrespect your elders just because you are doted on by the divine ancestor. Don't forget that you are also a disciple of the Phoenix clan. The second elder was stunned, and his face instantly changed. Zi Xian's words were clearly saying that he was bullying others. This kind of action was also siding with an outsider. Zi Xian doesn't dare. I'm just thinking about the dignity of the Phoenix clan. Zi Xian stood up, neither servile nor overbearing. You, the second elder glared at Zi Xian, but he was interrupted by the great elder beside him. Zi Xian, the second elder is a senior. Don't be rude. As his voice faded, the great elder's old face revealed a rather calm expression as he looked at the second elder. What Zi Xian said is reasonable. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, won and raised a request. However, the Nirvana Divine Pool is a precious treasure of our clan, and it can't be easily borrowed. Therefore, this matter should be handed over to the Patriarch to decide. Although you won, if it was an ordinary request, my Phoenix clan would definitely agree to it. However, the Nirvana Divine Pool is too important. No disciple of our clan who won today will be able to obtain a spot in the Nirvana Divine Pool, Huang Mengjun said. Looking at Du Xiaofu, she continued, can you change your request? I only request to use the Nirvana Divine Pool. I hope that the Patriarch will agree to it. I will definitely be indebted to you in the future. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists with a resolute expression. You have already spoken, but your request is too great. I can't agree to it. Huang Mengjuan's voice paused for a moment as she looked at Du Xiaofu. How about this? In 3 days, my clan's spiritual Sparrow Terrace will open. All of you can participate. If any of you can ascend to the spiritual Sparrow Terrace, the Nirvana Divine Pool will be lent to you. However, if none of you can ascend to the spiritual Sparrow Terrace, then this matter will be dropped. My Phoenix clan will not go back on our words. The opening of the spiritual Sparrow Terrace is also a great opportunity. Consider it as compensation. Chapter 1832. Patriarch, it seems inappropriate to let outsiders ascend the Spirit Sparrow Terrace. Hearing this, the second elder's expression changed, and he immediately said to Huang Mengjun. The Spirit Sparrow Terrace was of great importance, and they could not allow outsiders to set foot on it. The elders and protectors present all had a change of expression at Huang Mengjuan's decision. Elders, let's leave it at that. This is the decision of a divine ancestor. Huang Mengjun said to the second elder and the other elders. The decision of a divine ancestor. Hearing this, all the elders were shocked, and their expressions changed, but they did not say anything else. After a while, Huang Mengjun and the others left, and today's test was completely over. Under the flaming parasol tree, the elders and protectors left one after another. But for the surrounding disciples of the Phoenix clan, today left a lot of shock in their hearts. Today, the Phoenix clan had sent out 3 people to fight, but they were all defeated. This kind of result made the disciples of the Phoenix clan feel that it was hard to accept. This kind of news soon spread to the entire Phoenix clan, and it shook the entire clan. At dusk, the flaming parasol tree flickered under the light of the setting sun. In this ancient land, the spirit energy rose like mist. The Spirit Sparrow Terrace is an important place of our clan. It is said that it is related to the vermilion bird. Every time the space of the divine domain opens, our clan's Spirit Sparrow Terrace will open, and our disciples can obtain great benefits. At that time, whoever can ascend the Spirit Sparrow Terrace will become the Spirit Lord of our Phoenix clan, and can command our clan. This is the rule set by our ancestors, and no one can change it. However, the Spirit Sparrow Terrace has been opened 8 times, but no one has been able to ascend it. In the ancient courtyard, Zi Xian told Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and the others about the origin of the Spirit Sparrow Terrace. If it is related to the vermilion bird, then it must be related to my mother. Little Xingxing's eyes flashed with golden flames. Being related to the vermilion bird made him think of his mother. Du Xiaofu stroked Little Xingxing's hair and frowned. He asked Zi Xian, you said that the Spirit Sparrow Terrace has been opened 8 times, but no one has ever been able to ascend the Spirit Sparrow Terrace. Is it difficult to ascend? Of course it is. Many talented senior disciples and experts are not able to ascend it. It is said that only the fated ones have the qualifications. Zi Xian said. Looks like there is no way out. No matter what, we have to try. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. For the Nirvana Divine Lake, he had to give it his all. If the Spirit Sparrow Terrace is related to Little Xingxing's mother, then there might be hope. Du Xiaofu whispered. Xian Xingxing, Xian's mother's Tu Xian Ina to Heaven Star Lu's Yang Nilu's South Xian Lu Terrace. The next day, Huang Ling and Huang Wu came to show the hospitality of a host. They brought Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others to walk around the Phoenix clan. In this ancient land, there were many ruins left behind from ancient times, which made Du Xiaofu quite curious and shocked. However, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Xingxing had ruined many places along the way. Do you really like Sister Zi Xian? But you are a human. Even if you are the clan leader of the golden-winged Great Pen clan, I'm afraid that the clan's elders will oppose it when the time comes. Not to mention that the clan forbids any disciple from marrying outside. With Sister Zi Xian's talent, the clan will not allow her to marry outside. Huang Wu was valiant, completely different from Huang Ling, her style. However, they were both moving and noble. If such a woman were to walk outside, it would be enough to cause countless men to lose their souls. At this moment, Huang Ling and Huang Wu were standing beside Du Xiaofu. If others were to see them, it would arouse the envy of countless people. However, Du Xiaofu's mouth was wide open as he looked at Huang Wu in astonishment. Who said I like Zi Xian? If you don't like Zi Xian, then why did you fight on behalf of Zi Xian? According to the rules of my clan, if you win, you can obtain the clan's approval and marry Sister Zi Xian. Huang Wu slightly raised her brows as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said regretfully, unfortunately, you are a human, there's such a thing. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He had only fought with Feng Han and found an opportunity to ask the Phoenix clan to borrow the Nirvana Divine Pool. Who knew that there would be such a layer of meaning behind it? You fought on behalf of Sister Zi Xian and defeated my big brother. If you don't marry Sister Zi Xian, according to the clan's rules, even if someone falls in love with Sister Zi Xian in the future, they would still have to defeat you to have the qualifications. Huang Ling, smiled. She was exceptionally beautiful as she said to Du Xiaofu, however, you are a human. This matter is very troublesome. I'm afraid the clan's elders won't agree. Don't worry, I think highly of you. You are indeed qualified to be with Sister Zi Xian. If you need my help, I will definitely support you. Huang Wu patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Squeak squeak, within Du Xiaofu's hair, the little ant emperor stuck its head out and made squeaking sounds. It had always been hiding in Du Xiaofu's hair. Could this be the soul-devouring divine ant emperor? Huang Wu curiously sized it up. She already knew about the existence of the soul-devouring divine ant emperor, so she wasn't surprised. She was just curious. At dusk, Huang Ling and Huang Wu finally left. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Little Xingxing, and the others returned to the courtyard. The night was like silk. Flaming parasol trees that covered the mountains and plains shone brightly. In the courtyard at the peak of the mountain, an ancient mottled stone hall could be seen. A graceful figure with slender fingers was dressed in a purple robe. There were faint traces of purple flames on her robe, outlining her alluring figure. Her skin was as smooth as jade. Under the moonlight, this graceful figure's eyes were shining with purple radiance. It was as if she could see through everything in the world. "You are in love with that human?" The voice of an old man could be heard as an old figure appeared. "Great Elder." Zi Xian turned around. Her noble temperament was slightly charming. Her delicate voice was like the sound of nature. She said, "He is a human, and I am a disciple of the Phoenix clan. Today, only he can defeat Feng Han." "Yes. But he won," the great elder said with a calm expression. "He has a request, so we have nothing to do with each other. I am wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. I will not fall in love with a human," Zi Xian said. There were some ripples in her purple eyes. "I hope you think the same in your heart." The great elder said with a sigh, "That human is not bad. Unfortunately, he is only a human. What a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, the great elder's figure quietly left. His final voice sounded, "The spiritual sparrow stage is about to open. You just have to do your best. If you can reach the spiritual sparrow stage, it will be a great opportunity." Zi Xian stood in the stone pavilion. Her purple eyes looked at the night sky. After a long time, her eyes fluctuated like fireworks. 2 days later, in the ancient land of the Phoenix clan, on the vast mottled plain, a huge stone platform stood like a towering mountain. This huge stone platform was like a mountain that stretched across the land. It was so tall and majestic that it made the giant beasts look small in front of it. Rumble, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The huge stone platform was covered with 7-colored talisman runes. It was bright and blazing, like a 7-colored divine fire rising. It was filled with an ancient and terrifying aura. On the plain, there were many tall and graceful figures. These were the disciples of the Phoenix clan. There were old and young. They all looked solemn and their eyes shone. They did not want to miss anything. That is the spiritual sparrow stage. It is already opening. Whoever reaches the top of the spiritual sparrow stage will become the spirit lord of our Phoenix clan. In front of the spiritual sparrow stage, Zi Xian said to Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. Little Xingxing looked at the huge stone platform in front of him. His eyes were filled with golden flames. At this moment, for some reason, there was a 7-colored divine light in his eyes. It was as if it wanted to shoot out from the depths of his eyes. Rumble, suddenly, the void trembled. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Space rippled and the surrounding void was filled with talisman runes. The enormous stone platform was trembling, and the mysterious runes of the talisman rushed into the sky, rolling back the heavens and turning into a light screen. It covered the entire stone platform from all directions, like a waterfall wrapping the entire stone platform together. This light screen was like a 7-colored divine fire. The talisman runes were blazing. It was transparent and dazzling. A terrifying aura descended from the ancient times and filled the void. The disciples of the Phoenix clan were frightened and their blood was boiling. The spiritual sparrow stage has opened. Let's begin. Above the void, Huang Mengjun stood in the air. Her body was surrounded by 5-colored divine fire. Her eyes were fluctuating as if they contained 2 seas of fire. Walala, the huge stone platform was trembling completely. On the blazing transparent light screen, there was a faint shadow of a phoenix flapping its wings. Its long 7-colored feathers were spread out. It was illusory and terrifying. As the spiritual sparrow stage opened, the light screen rushed up to the sky and bloomed. The light screen was 10,000 feet wide. There was a phoenix shadow flying. The talisman runes filled the void, and there was a sonorous sound of wind and thunder. At this moment it was as if they had returned to the ancient times. The phoenix screeched, and an ancient aura descended from the sky. The vast aura spread out from the spiritual sparrow stage, attracting everyone's attention and making their blood boil. Wait for the spiritual sparrow stage. You can obtain a supreme opportunity. At this moment, the disciples of the Phoenix clan, who were already prepared, could no longer hold back. One by one, they flew across the void and headed straight for the spiritual sparrow stage. Chapter 1833. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio, Chirp. At this moment, the cries of birds and phoenixes could be heard from the spiritual sparrow stage. The phoenix phantoms on the light screen seemed to have come to life, releasing a terrifying aura that blocked the footsteps of all the disciples of the Phoenix clan, making it difficult for them to ascend the stage. Under that terrifying aura, the blood of the disciples of the Phoenix clan boiled and their souls trembled. They were unable to resist the aura and involuntarily reverted to their true forms. Chirp chirp, in an instant, the true forms of many phoenixes occupied the void, covering the sky and the sun. There were also Swanee, Swan, Blue Wan, and other true forms that emitted various colors of light, like divine flames that covered the sky and earth, surrounding the spiritual sparrow stage in all directions. They wanted to ascend to the top, but were unable to move their wings. The first prince's injuries seemed to have almost healed. He appeared with the second prince, Feng Chu, Feng Wu, Huang Ling, and Zi Xian. Their figures stepped on the air, surpassing the disciples of the Phoenix clan, releasing their supreme aura as they ascended the spiritual sparrow stage step by step. Chirp chirp, the cries of phoenixes and birds filled the spiritual sparrow stage. The aura was so powerful that it caused the blood of all the disciples of the Phoenix clan to surge, as if it was about to burn. That is the supreme beast ability of our Phoenix clan. If you can comprehend it, you will obtain a supreme opportunity and dominate the world. That is the lost supreme beast ability of our Phoenix clan. If you can comprehend it thoroughly, you will be able to shake the world. Many gazes were fixed on the waterfall light screen around the spiritual sparrow stage. There were many phoenix phantoms fluctuating and evolving. That was the lost supreme beast ability of the Phoenix clan. Even if you can't ascend the spiritual sparrow stage, obtaining these lost supreme beast abilities would be a great opportunity. Chirp chirp, all the disciples of the Phoenix clan flapped their wings with all their might and rushed into the light screen from the bottom. They wanted to obtain the lost supreme beast ability of the Phoenix clan. The first prince Feng Han, second prince Feng Chu, Feng Wu, Huang Ling, Zi Xian, and the others ascended the spiritual sparrow stage step by step. Their bodies were burning with divine light, they were already halfway there. Chirp chirp, finally, under the immense pressure, they were forced to retreat. Flapping their wings, they soared into the sky. Flapping their wings, they flapped their wings and soared into the sky, erupting with endless might as they attempted to forcefully charge into the spirit sparrow stage. Numerous disciples of the Phoenix clan were competing against each other as they surrounded the spirit sparrow stage to reach the summit. Divine flames burned, and the resplendent rays of light engulfed the heavens. It was incomparably shocking. This is a great opportunity. Du Xiaoqing's eyes shone with a green light. Her beautiful figure also dashed out, her hair fluttering in the wind. She wanted to ascend the spirit sparrow terrace. At this moment, just the lost beast energy of the Phoenix clan alone was enough to give her a great opportunity. Little Tiger and Du Xiaoyao moved as well. Roar. After that, Du Xiaoqing and the Little Tiger were the first to transform into their true forms. The Baifeng divine bird's body was revealed, and the dark heavenly tiger's body was also entrenched in the void, competing with the Phoenix clan. Roar, with a thunderous roar, Du Xiaoyao's body shone with boundless golden light. She transformed into the body of a red-bone horse monkey. Her innate spirit pupils emitted golden light, and her might erupted as she charged straight towards the spirit sparrow terrace. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body also had traces of blood boiling. He possessed the profound meaning of the purple-flamed demonic phoenix clan. At this moment, when the spirit sparrow terrace opened, he was also affected by an invisible force. What made Du Xiaofu even more shocked was the terrifying pressure on the spirit sparrow terrace. It was too frightening. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. At this moment, the spirit sparrow terrace was filled with the lost supreme beast energy of the Phoenix clan. That was already a great opportunity. However, when he stepped out, Du Xiaofu felt that within the waterfall-like curtain of light surrounding the spirit sparrow terrace, there was an invisible force that prevented living beings from reaching the summit, making it difficult for them to resist. The higher you go, the greater the opportunity. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the towering and majestic spirit sparrow terrace. For some reason, he felt small in his heart. Chirp chirp, within the Phoenix clan, many experts and elders could no longer sit still. They also began to leap up and transform into their true forms. They wanted to compete for the Spirit Sparrow Terrace with everyone else and comprehend the benefits. The Spirit Sparrow Terrace was of great importance to the entire Phoenix clan. These elders and protectors of the Phoenix clan were determined to obtain it. Chirp, on the Spirit Sparrow Terrace, the cries of phoenixes could be heard. A seven-colored phoenix phantom changed, emitting a bright light as it rushed out, causing many disciples of the Phoenix clan to retreat. Du Xiaofu's figure rushed to the center. Under the terrifying pressure, his face had already turned pale, and it was difficult for him to step forward. It was as if he was crawling with a giant boulder on his back. Looking up at the void above, Du Xiaofu saw Feng Han, Zi Xian, Chu Feng, Huang Linger, Huang Wu, and the other huge true forms above. As they flapped their wings, bright flames surged, and mysterious runes erupted, causing the void to boil. Roar, Du Xiaoyao roared. At this moment, golden light burst out from his redbone horse monkey body. He actually used the momentum of the beginning of the world to stand side by side with the first Prince Feng Han and the others as he continued to climb up. However, the more one looked up, the greater the pressure on the Spirit Sparrow Terrace. Those with lower cultivation were unable to move an inch. Boom, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein, green spirit armor, and golden rock wings to resist the vast and endless pressure. Du Xiaofu also needed to go all out for the little ant emperor. As Du Xiaofu went all out, step by step, there seemed to be invisible steps under his feet as he began to catch up with Feng Han, Chu Feng, and the others. Those outsiders can actually climb so high. The surrounding disciples of the Phoenix clan sensed it. Their eyes trembled, and they all burst out with all their strength, flapping their wings and leaping up. Bang bang bang, however, the Spirit Sparrow Terrace was ruthless. Seven-colored divine light rushed out from time to time like a bright waterfall, and many disciples of the Phoenix clan were sent flying. Huang Ling erupted. Her supreme nirvana force was activated, covering her with a kind of seven-colored light. Her powers suddenly soared, and she surpassed Feng Han and the others. Zi Xian also used all her strength. Her supreme nirvana force was activated, and her divine ring was boiling. Purple flames surged and whistled in the sky. She was not much weaker than Huang Ling. Look, the purple dragon emperor is rushing up, as if there is no one around. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and everyone's eyes began to tremble. At this moment, little Xingxing's body was wrapped in bright light. There were golden flames burning, and seven-colored light burst out from his eyes. The third eye between his eyebrows was erect, and runes were flickering. At this moment, little Xingxing was like a small god, climbing up the Spirit Sparrow Terrace step by step. The void under his feet rippled as he climbed up. Countless bright runes and seven-colored divine flames rushed towards little Xingxing, but when they reached little Xingxing, they automatically stopped. Go! Little Xingxing opened his mouth, and with a wave of his small hand, a bright energy divine ring was formed, blocking and isolating the surrounding light. Hum, hum, At the same time, little Xingxing walked in the air step by step. The invisible steps under his feet rippled, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded, shattering the void. Step by step, under countless trembling gazes, little Xingxing surpassed little Tiger Du Shaoqing, and finally young Feng Han, Du Xiaofu, and even Huang Ling, and Zi Xian, rumble. As little Xingxing reached the top, the entire Spirit Sparrow Terrace rumbled and trembled, and the void was also shaking. Looking at the small figure in the distance, everyone was shocked and dazed. Then, under everyone's trembling eyes, little Xingxing's small figure took the last step and completely climbed up the Spirit Sparrow Terrace. Rumble. When little Xingxing took the last step, the mysterious runes on the Spirit Sparrow Terrace became even more brilliant, and a heavenly sound of the great Tao was emitted, suppressing the ancient land of the Phoenix clan. Gee! The entire Spirit Sparrow Terrace trembled, and the surrounding void was shaking. The cries of birds seemed to have come from ancient times. In an instant, the space-time above the Spirit Sparrow Terrace fluctuated, and a bright seven-colored phoenix shadow appeared, and the seven-colored divine light flooded the sky. Such a phoenix shadow was too shocking, as if it had crossed the space-time and caused the space to riot, and it was able to crush the space-time. This phoenix shadow was obviously different from the current Phoenix clan, and it was definitely not something the current Phoenix clan could compare to. It was like the phoenix of all phoenixes. Heavens, it's the vermilion bird. The entire Phoenix clan was in an uproar. That phoenix shadow was the vermilion bird, and it was not a phoenix. The terrifying pressure made their blood boil, and their souls tremble. It's rumored that the vermilion bird's inheritance is on the Spirit Sparrow Terrace. It's true, the vermilion bird's inheritance has appeared. In the surrounding void, the elders and protectors of the Phoenix clan, Patriarch Huang Mengjun, and the others were also trembling. They knew what the vermilion bird's inheritance represented. Roar, the dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. When the vermilion bird shadow appeared, little Xingxing's body glowed, and in the next moment, little Xingxing turned into a huge dragon on the Spirit Sparrow Terrace, and it hovered in the sky. This dragon was now completely golden in color, and its wings, which were hundreds of feet long, were like the wings of a phoenix. They were covered in blazing flames, and the surface of its body was flowing with starlight. There was also the aura of a golden-winged rock and a terrifying supreme aura that swept through the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Gee! On the Spirit Sparrow Terrace, the huge vermilion bird shadow turned into a bright 7-colored divine light after little Xingxing turned into its original form. It was like a 7-colored light pillar that traversed the space-time, and finally landed in little Xingxing's third vertical eye. Chi-chi! Chi-chi! Suddenly, the eyes of the little starry crimson gold unique dragon were filled with golden flames, as if they contained 2 vast golden seas of fire. A terrifying strange and complicated pressure descended from its body onto the world. Gee! A bird's cry resounded, and the sound waves rolled out from little Xingxing's mouth. At the same time, a vermilion bird shadow that covered the sky appeared behind the huge vermilion bird, and it detonated the space-time. At this moment, little Xingxing hovered in the void, and its power rushed to the heavens. Under this terrifying pressure, the eyes of the Phoenix clan trembled, and it was difficult for them to resist. Gee! The Phoenix's cries were endless. On this ancient land, all the disciples of the Phoenix clan could not resist the pressure that came from their souls and bloodline. They cried out incessantly and flapped their wings to prostrate. Gee! In the end, even first Prince Feng Han, second Prince Feng Chu, Feng Wu, Feng Ling, and the others were unable to resist the pressure and had no choice but to submit. The dragon was in the sky, surrounded by phoenixes, and it was peerless in the sky. Swoosh swoosh, at this moment, there were many huge phoenix shadows in the surrounding void, and they suddenly appeared from the clouds in the void. There were huge eyes that were like the sun, and the ancient and powerful aura fluctuated. You have ascended the Spirit Sparrow Terrace, obtained the inheritance of the vermilion bird, and become the spirit lord of our clan. There was such an old voice that descended from the heavens, and it reverberated throughout the Phoenix clan. "Greetings, Spirit Lord." In the next moment, countless phoenixes prostrated. At this moment, 100 phoenixes worshipped the dragon, and the phoenix of 10,000 phoenixes. Chapter 1834. The opening of the spiritual sparrow terrace ended. In the end, the light from the spiritual sparrow terrace surged into the sky, engulfing Little Star and the pure gold dragon before disappearing into the void above the spiritual sparrow terrace. The shocking commotion in the surroundings gradually calmed down. On the mountain-like spiritual sparrow terrace, the mysterious runes began to dim, and everything gradually returned to normal. The shocking pressure in the surroundings also gradually dissipated into the void, but in the end, there was endless light pouring down. Many illusory figures of phoenixes appeared, turning into divine light that fell on the disciples of the Phoenix clan. That was an opportunity. On the spot, some disciples of the Phoenix clan landed on the spiritual sparrow terrace and began to comprehend, sinking into silence. This kind of opportunity also fell on Du Shaoqing and Little Tiger. Du Xiaofu was no exception and benefited as well. However, this kind of opportunity had nothing to do with Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes slightly and sat cross-legged on a rock on the spiritual sparrow terrace. It was as if he had walked into the void. An astonishingly huge phoenix flapped its wings and covered the sky, erupting with 5-colored divine flames that burned the void and destroyed everything. This was the supreme beast ability of the Phoenix clan. Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised and immersed himself in comprehending. Little Star had already stepped onto the spiritual sparrow terrace. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was no longer worried about the little ant emperor. On the spiritual sparrow terrace, the purple dragon emperor stepped onto the spiritual sparrow terrace and obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance, shocking the entire Phoenix clan. All the experts of the Phoenix clan, elders, and protectors were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Before this, they had never thought that an outsider would be able to step onto the spiritual sparrow terrace. Time passed slowly. On the spiritual sparrow terrace, many phoenixes were hibernating with their eyes closed, comprehending the opportunity that they had obtained. In the following period of time, phoenixes would wake up from time to time, spreading their wings and letting out cries. Their auras would erupt and blazing in the sky as they obtained great benefits. After a few days, Du Xiaofu woke up. He opened his eyes and purple flames surged. Du Xiaofu had cultivated the beast energy of the purple flame demonic Phoenix clan, so this was a great opportunity for him. Little Star should have gotten a great opportunity. Dumb Tiger and Little Green have not woken up yet. When Du Xiaoyao arrived at Du Xiaofu's side, he was the only one who had not received any benefits. When they had ascended the Spirit Sparrow Terrace, he had given it his all, so he had been feeling extremely depressed these days. This Spirit Sparrow Terrace might be related to Little Xingxing's mother, which is why Little Xingxing was able to reach the top of the Spirit Sparrow Terrace. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and looked back at the ancient spiritual sparrow terrace, which had regained its calm but was still majestic and magnificent. It was like the supreme tomb in the divine domain, which was specially left by Little Xingxing's biological father, the dragon god, for Little Xingxing. No one could obtain the greatest opportunity, and it was left for Little Xingxing alone. Du Xiaofu reckoned that if the Phoenix clan's Spirit Sparrow Terrace was as Little Xingxing said, then it was not waiting for a fated person at all. It was clearly waiting for Little Xingxing to come, and only Little Xingxing could successfully set foot on it. Squeak squeak, Du Xiaofu heard the little ant emperor squeak. A few days ago, under the pressure of the Spirit Sparrow Terrace's opening, the little guy had already hidden in Du Xiaofu's hair, not daring to come out. Flaming parasol trees were continuous, and spiritual energy rose like mist. This ancient land was a land of treasures. Spiritual energy was abundant everywhere, and multicolored light filled the air. The Purple Dragon Emperor has already set foot on the Spirit Sparrow Terrace. According to what we said that day, there are a total of 3 quotas for the Nirvana Divine Pool, and one of them will be given to the little ant emperor in your possession. In the ancient side hall where mysterious runes were fluctuating, the Phoenix clan's patriarch, Huang Mengjun, spoke to Du Xiaofu. Many thanks, Patriarch. Du Xiaofu bowed. From the looks of it, the Phoenix clan's patriarch was already aware of the matter regarding the little ant emperor. This time, Du Xiaofu felt that it was indeed difficult for the Phoenix clan to give up one of the 3 quotas to enter the Nirvana Divine Pool. Although he had won the Phoenix clan's promise, there was no doubt that the Phoenix clan had done him a huge favor. But I don't know if the Nirvana Divine Pool will open in advance. Truth be told, the little ant emperor has a heavenly disease. I'm afraid that it won't be able to hold on for long. Du Xiaofu felt a little embarrassed. He had heard from Zi Xian that the Nirvana Divine Pool would open once every 500 years. There were still 20 years until the next opening, but it was obvious that the little ant emperor wouldn't be able to hold on for that long. The great calamity of the world is about to arrive, and a few of the clan's ancestors have already decided that the Nirvana Divine Pool will open 20 years earlier. Other than the little ant emperor, Huang Ling'er and Feng Han will also enter the Nirvana Divine Pool. I hope that they will have a chance to successfully enter the Nirvana Divine Pool, Huang Mengjun said. How lucky, Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. He never expected that the Nirvana Divine Pool would open 20 years earlier. If that was the case, the little ant emperor would be able to enter the Nirvana Divine Pool in the near future. But soon after, Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. Huang Ling'er and Feng Han had entered the Nirvana Divine Pool without Zi Xian. With Zi Xian's talent, Du Xiaofu felt that she was stronger than the crown prince, Feng Han. Perhaps if the little ant emperor didn't take up a spot, Zi Xian would definitely be able to enter the Nirvana Divine Pool. Huang Mengjun looked at Du Xiaofu, as if she had seen through Du Xiaofu's thoughts. She asked, "Are you thinking that Zi Xian has the qualifications to enter the Nirvana Divine Pool, but she didn't enter the Nirvana Divine Pool this time? Are you thinking that I'm biased?" This, Du Xiaofu was taken aback. He smiled embarrassedly and was secretly shocked. Could it be that the patriarch of the Phoenix clan before him had the ability to read minds? She actually knew what he was thinking. I don't have the ability to read minds, so there's no need to be nervous. I'm just guessing based on your expression. Huang Mengjun smiled and said, "Don't you know that Zi Xian has already successfully undergone Nirvana rebirth? After her Nirvana rebirth, Zi Xian obtained many other benefits. Even the clan's sacred ancestor thinks highly of her. It can be said that even if Huang Ling'er and Feng Han had the chance to undergo Nirvana rebirth this time, it would be difficult for them to surpass Zi Xian in the future. You don't need to worry about Zi Xian. Zi Xian has already undergone Nirvana rebirth." Du Xiaofu was stunned. His gaze suddenly trembled and he instantly understood. Back then, when he was in the Du family, Zi Xian had also appeared when he was resurrected. That was her Nirvana rebirth. She had already succeeded in the Phoenix's Nirvana and rebirth from the ashes. However, Zi Xian didn't succeed in the Phoenix clan's Nirvana Divine Pool. She had succeeded in his body. This time, I have to thank the Phoenix clan. I will definitely repay this favor if I have the chance in the future. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and bowed to Huang Mengjun. There's no need to be so polite. If you feel apologetic, there is something I need your help with. Huang Mengjun smiled, as if she had already thought about it. She said to Du Xiaofu, "Rumor has it that the divine lightning cauldron can improve bloodline and vein soul. Is that true? 100 spots. In 3 days, I can improve your bloodline a little. However, the higher one's cultivation was, the slower the bloodline would be enhanced. The lower your cultivation, the greater the effect." Du Xiaofu said. 100 spots. Huang Mengjun was surprised. Huang Mengjun's eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed like the 100 slots had already exceeded her expectations. She smiled and said, "If you succeed, the Phoenix clan will owe you a favor. A spot in the Nirvana Divine Pool is too precious. I owe the Phoenix clan a favor." Du Xiaofu said. The purple lightning profound cauldron could refine one's body with divine lightning and improve the bloodline of the beast race. This wasn't too difficult for Du Xiaofu. Compared to how important the Nirvana deity's pool was to Du Xiaofu, it was naturally much more important than the divine lightning within the purple lightning profound cauldron. However, to the Phoenix clan, being able to improve the bloodline of 100 disciples was no small matter. "How is your adoptive father, Jialo Changtian, recently?" Huang Mengjun suddenly asked Du Xiaofu. "Patriarch is familiar with my adoptive father?" Du Xiaofu was surprised, but he didn't find it strange. Given his adoptive father's identity as the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, it wasn't strange for them to know each other in the past. "We know each other, but we haven't seen each other for a long time. Next time, when you return to the golden-winged Great Ping clan, please send my regards," Huang Mengjun said. Her eyes flickered with a slight ripple that didn't leave a trace. "Father is well, I will definitely send the patriarch's greetings." Du Xiaofu nodded. In his heart, he always felt that the relationship between the patriarch of the Phoenix clan and his adoptive father wasn't as simple as just acquaintances. However, this was a matter between the elders, not to mention a matter between his adoptive father and the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Du Xiaofu didn't ask too much. After chatting for a while, Du Xiaofu left. Along the way, Huang Mengjun repeatedly asked about little Xingxing's origin, but Du Xiaofu didn't say much. At dusk, the Phoenix clan had already gathered 100 disciples, including the second prince and third princess, Huang Ling. However, the first prince and Huang Ling were nowhere to be seen. It was no longer a secret that the divine lightning cauldron was in his possession. Du Xiaofu didn't have too many misgivings. He brought everyone into the desolate ancient space and summoned the purple lightning profound cauldron to refine their bodies and improve their bloodline. To be able to improve one's bloodline, this is a great opportunity. There are endless benefits. As time passed, some elders were filled with anticipation. 2 days later, the Nirvana Divine Pool would open, but Du Xiaofu wasn't able to enter. Huang Ling and Zi Xian came to pick up the little ant emperor. "You have a heavenly disease, and you need the Phoenix clan's Nirvana Divine Pool to recover. I'm afraid that you will have to endure a great deal of pain. You must persevere, and the day you succeed will be the day we meet again." Du Xiaofu summoned the little ant emperor and held it in his palm as he spoke seriously to it. Squeak squeak, the little ant emperor's squeak could be heard, and its green eyes rippled. It could completely understand Du Xiaofu's words. It was reluctant to part, and it was very intimate. "I'll leave it to you." Du Xiaofu handed the little ant emperor and the nest to Zi Xian. He was also very reluctant to part with it. If the little ant emperor entered the Phoenix clan's Nirvana Divine Pool, it would only have a chance to be reborn and evolve into a supreme ant phoenix. However, the risk involved was much higher than the chance of success. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but worry. "I will bring the little ant emperor into the Nirvana Divine Pool." "Don't worry," Huang Ling said to Du Xiaofu. 2 days later, 100 figures of the Phoenix clan flew out from the purple lightning profound cauldron that Du Xiaofu had placed in the ancient desolate space. "My bloodline has improved, and my physical body has become even stronger. It's as if I've been reborn, and my bones have been cleansed. This is a great opportunity." The disciples of the Phoenix clan who obtained the divine lightning profound cauldron were extremely excited. The benefits of improving their bloodline and cleansing their bones were enough to allow them to walk further on the path of cultivation in the future. "Many thanks, Rock Emperor." Many of the elders of the golden-winged rock race immediately treated Du Xiaofu much better and more amiable. Night fell, and the moonlight was like a waterfall. "I want to make a trip to the demon realm. That's where the demon spirits gather. I heard that the great calamity has already arrived, and even the demon spirits can't avoid it. I want to make a trip to the demon realm. Du Xiaoyao said to Du Xiaofu in an ancient courtyard. He wanted to make a trip to the demon realm. The three continents Kyushu was one of the realms, and one of them was the demon realm. That was where the demon spirits gathered, and it was rumored to be the most mysterious place. Countless legends had been left behind since ancient times. Third young master, I also want to make a trip to the Beast region and the Tiger clan. Little Tiger Du said to Du Xiaofu. His pitch-black eyes flickered with a golden radiance. Big brother, I also want to go to a place in the ancient Desolation continent. The imprint in my beast spirit was activated not long ago. Perhaps it has something to do with my origins. I want to investigate it, Du Xiaoqing said. Beneath her long eyelashes, her eyes glowed with azure light. Her eyes were as clear as a stream of water. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about Du Xiaoyao going to the demon realm. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about little Tiger Du going to the Tiger clan in the Beast region either. The Phantom Tiger King was in the Tiger clan, and he'd had many dealings with many of the Tiger clan's experts. Little Tiger Du going to the Tiger clan wouldn't be a big deal. As for Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Du Xiaofu was well aware of Du Xiaoqing's origins. She had come from the enormous headless demonic beast skeleton, and had come out from the oval egg. Big brother, don't worry. I won't be in any danger. The imprint in my beast spirit is very important. It has something to do with my origins. Perhaps I still have relatives living in this world. I want to go find them, said Du Xiaoqing. All right. Be careful on the way. Du Xiaofu nodded. With Du Xiaoqing's current cultivation, she had the power to protect herself. Unless one of the peak experts of the current world made a move. What do you plan to do next? It's said that the Nirvana Divine Pool will open for at least several months, and at most several years. Who knows when Little Star will come out? Are you going to wait in the Phoenix clan? Du Xiaoyao asked Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1835. I want to take a walk around. Du Xiaofu spoke. After stepping into the cycle of nirvanic reincarnation, it was still a long way to go before he could break through to the eternal nirvana realm. His master, revered weapon, was in the hands of the devil religion, his mother and sister were still practicing legalism, and the great calamity had already arrived. Sorry to disturb you, farewell. The next day, Du Xiaofu bid farewell to Patriarch Huang Mengjun in the Phoenix clan. The evil devils have awakened, and the great calamity is about to arrive. The heavenly devil battlefield is about to be unsealed. You need to temper yourself everywhere, but with your current cultivation level, ordinary places won't have much effect on you. Although my Phoenix clan's inheritance is ancient, it isn't suitable for you. After all, you are a human. Maybe, you can go to the 9 great clans, maybe you can find some opportunities there. The 9 divine lightning cauldrons will gather, and you only have 1 divine lightning cauldron. You can also form a good relationship with them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Huang Mengjun's eyes flickered as she listened to Du Xiaofu's plan. After pondering for a moment, she gave some suggestions to Du Xiaofu. 9 great clans. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flickered as he bowed to Huang Mengjun and bid farewell. Elder brother, when I find my family, I will go look for you. Du Xiaoqing said, reluctantly bidding farewell to her elder brother. I will go to the demon world, there will be a day when we meet again. At that time, let's see who is stronger. Du Xiaoyao smiled as her innate spirit eyes glowed. Third young master, why don't I stay by your side? Little Tiger Du spoke, wanting to stay by third young master's side. All of you go, there will be a day when we meet again. Du Xiaofu smiled. Ever since he left the Stone City, he had experienced so much. He was no longer the same person as before. Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, and Du Xiaoyao left separately. Maybe there would be a day when they meet again. Swish, swish, the four of them bid each other farewell and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. In the Phoenix clan's territory, the flaming parasol tree on the mountain peak blotted out the sun. Two graceful figures stood on top of the flaming parasol tree. Big Sister Zi Xian, he left. On the flaming parasol tree, Huang Wu's figure was graceful, and her red lips were alluring. She looked at Zi Xian with a faint smile. He has already gotten what he wanted. Zi Xian's expression was calm. Her purple clothes were fluttering on the ground. She looked noble and charming, moving people's hearts and souls. He helped you win against my big brother. Are you really not going to consider it? Huang Wu smiled. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities. If you really don't want it, I'll take it. Even if the elders in the clan object, I'll accept it. He fought for me for the sake of the Nirvana divine pool. If you want to, I advise you not to provoke that fellow. He already has many women by his side. Don't let him harm you. As soon as Zi Xian finished speaking, a wisp of extraordinary splendor silently flashed through her beautiful violet eyes. After that, her graceful and beautiful figure soared into the sky, and she left behind an afterimage in space as she instantly vanished. Sigh, it's a pity that he's a human. Huang Wu sighed. On her charming face, five-colored radiance overflowed from her eyes. In the dusky space, there was a faint loneliness. In this lifeless world, it gave people a feeling of eternal silence. Asterisk crackle, asterisk in the vast dusky space, there were towering mountains in the distance. They were like giants crawling on the ground. The air was filled with strange and terrifying black lightning from time to time. Asterisk crackle, asterisk suddenly, in the dusky sky, dark clouds covered the earth. In the end, a pitch-black spatial crack was revealed. Suddenly, an evil aura descended. Baleful aura whistled like a gale. It was as if all the evil aura in the world had gathered at this moment. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the instant the spatial crack appeared in the sky, over 100 terrifying auras soared into the sky from the dusky land. Lord Demon God. Numerous respectful voices resounded in this dusky world. There was no vitality in their voices, but the demonic aura was monstrous. There were faint cries of ghosts and gods that resounded in all directions. The imprint of the heavenly devil battlefield is already very weak. It won't last much longer. I will open the heavenly devil battlefield as soon as possible so that you can obtain your main bodies and recover completely. Speed up the collection of spiritual thunder. You must prepare all the spiritual thunder as soon as possible. Back then, that person ruined our plans and helped Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian. This time, there can be no more accidents. The voice came out from the spatial crack, and then slowly disappeared. Within the heavens and earth, the evil aura also slowly disappeared, and the heavens and earth once again returned to its ancient silence. The moon broke through the clouds, and the moon was dark. The moon was dark, and the stars were bright. Specks of starlight covered the sky, illuminating the land. On the mountain peak, the clouds were like dancing silvery muslin, drifting with the wind. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Under the moonlight, a purple-robed figure sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. Starlight rippled around him, as if it was about to pull down the stars in the sky. Streaks of starlight fell like waterfalls, connecting with the purple-robed figure. The mountain peak was like a dream, and the light was gentle and dazzling. There was also a vast aura. This continued until dawn, until the stars in the sky disappeared. At dawn, everything was silent. Occasionally, there were a few crisp chirps of birds in the forest. Huff, on the mountain peak, the purple-robed figure exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes were filled with light. As he exhaled, an invisible aura swept through the void, shaking his purple robe. The purple-robed figure was Du Xiaofu. He came from the Phoenix clan and came here. The mountain peaks were clustered around, and the clouds were ethereal. The first ray of sunlight shone, and the mountains shone. They were majestic and magnificent, like a splash ink landscape painting unfolding in front of them. Du Xiaofu of the desolate country has come to visit the Confucian school. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu stood up and spoke. His voice reverberated in the void, soaring into the clouds. Then, he quietly waited at the side. During this period, Du Xiaofu wanted to travel around, and the first place he chose was the Confucian school. Back in the Chenhuang mainland, the experts of the Confucian school in Kong Sansi had invited him. Some time ago, on the wedding day of Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruobai, the elders of the Confucian school had invited him again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Du Xiaofu felt that the suggestion of the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Huang Mengjun, was not bad. With his current cultivation, the various dangerous places in the world would not be of much use to him. Perhaps, one of the 9 great families would be a good choice. Who knows, he might be able to obtain some unexpected gains. A moment later, in the void, a spatial wormhole fluctuated, and many figures flew out. Brother Xiaofu, I thought there was a mistake. I didn't expect you to really come, The laughter rang out, and a figure rushed out from the spatial wormhole. He looked to be in his late 20s, and his temperament was extremely refined under the robes of the Confucian school. However, his eyes were incomparably deep and vast. He directly rushed in front of Du Xiaofu and hugged him. I'm here to visit the Confucian school. I hope I won't disturb you. Du Xiaofu smiled. The man in front of him was none other than Kong Sansi. The Rock Emperor is here. How can we disturb you? An old voice rang out, and many figures appeared on the mountain range. Many of them were elders, and their bodies were rippling with light like the bright moon. They were all experts with powerful auras. Greetings, elders. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists. Among these people, there were many elders of the Confucian school that Du Xiaofu had met before. Rock Emperor, let's talk inside. The leading elder had a vigorous aura, and his cultivation was at the domain realm. He was the second elder of the Confucian school, and at this moment, he was very friendly to Du Xiaofu. Let's go. Let's take a look around the Confucian school, Kong Sansi said with a smile. The Confucian school had been passed down from ancient times, and this was a treasured land. Du Xiaofu was not surprised. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were fixed on the endless buildings in the Confucian school. Inside the ancient mountains, white stones were like ghosts or shadows of beasts. Moss-formed spots, and vines covered the winding paths. Courtyards of secluded valleys could be seen all around. Roars came from the forest of beasts, and countless spirit beasts appeared and flapped their wings. Brother Xiaofu, the core of the Confucian school is up ahead, Kong Sansi said as Du Xiaofu sighed inwardly. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the ancient city. In front of him, there were stone pillars piercing through the clouds, and white stones were used as railings. There were stone bridges and 3 harbors. It was as if he was about to ascend to heaven. There were strict checks outside the city, and divine light shone on the soul. Outsiders could not sneak in. Du Xiaofu felt that it would be difficult for him to sneak in even if he used a divine disguise technique. A divine disguise technique could change one's appearance and conceal one's aura, but the divine light shone on the soul and was difficult to hide. Walking into the ancient city, there were lush trees and strange flowers. On both sides, there were towers with carved sills and countless spirit herbs. The air was filled with spirit qi. What a treasured land! Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh in amazement. Coming to such a place could calm his mind for no reason. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it would probably be greatly beneficial to his mental state. Chapter 1836. He's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He swept through his peers in the divine domain and killed Dragon 3, Dragon 4, Qin Wudi, and the others. So he's the demon king Du Xiaofu. He looks quite delicate and pretty. I thought he was big and burly with a fierce face. With the arrival of Du Xiaofu, the news had already spread throughout the ancient city. The streets were crowded with people, all of them casting curious gazes at him. What a scandal! Quickly leave! A dignified elder shouted, and the young men and women scattered. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the sky. A huge snow-white snow leopard came roaring over, emitting a terrifying aura. Brother Sansi. On the white snow leopard was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her eyebrows were like willows, and the corners of her eyes were filled with a sweet smile. She was so beautiful that water could be squeezed out. This girl's face was like jade, and she had a small and delicate nose. Her lips were as thin as cherry wings, and the smile on her delicate and flawless face was pure and flawless. She immediately rushed in front of Kong Sansi, but her gaze was always curiously looking at Du Xiaofu. After hesitating for a while, she asked, "Are you the demon king Du Xiaofu?" "That's right. I'm the demon king Du Xiaofu." Du Xiaofu smiled. This girl was not old, but her cultivation could not escape the prying of Du Xiaofu's mind. She was only 15 or 16 years old, but her cultivation was already close to the venerable realm. She was also a spirit talisman master. This caused Du Xiaofu to be secretly shocked in his heart. Such talent was truly rare. "Then have you really killed a descendant of the true dragon? I heard from my brothers and sisters that you've killed quite a few descendants of the true dragon. Those phoenixes and dragons are not your match." The girl immediately asked Du Xiaofu excitedly. Her eyes were shining as if she had seen her idol. "Little Qi, stop messing around." The second elder spoke in a dignified manner, but there was unconcealable affection in his eyes when he looked at the young girl. "Second elder, I'm not messing around." The young girl pouted and stuck out her tongue, but she was very respectful towards the second elder. "Brother Xiaofu, there's no need to treat her like an outsider. This is the reverend of the scholarly faction, the daughter of my third uncle. She's my cousin." Kong Sansi bitterly smiled at Du Xiaofu. He had never been able to do anything to this cousin of his. There were very few people in the Confucian school who could deal with her. "It's fine," Du Xiaofu smiled. Looking at the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but think of Du Xiaoqing and Dai Xingyu when they were young. "I'm Kong Yuqi." Kong Yuqi stood beside Kong Sansi and whispered to Du Xiaofu. "My name is Du Xiaofu," Du Xiaofu replied with a smile. "Big sister, big brother Sansi, I want to come down." Suddenly, a small figure appeared on the snow-white snow leopard. She looked around with her big eyes, lying on the snow leopard's back in the air without any fear. Du Xiaofu looked over. It was a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. She was cute, had a fair face, and her black eyes were clear and mysterious. "Little Qi, why did you bring little Ling out again?" Seeing this, Kong Sansi immediately jumped up and carried the little girl down, saying, "Little girl, I told you not to fly so high. You didn't listen again. Big brother Sansi, big sister said to bring me to see the demon king who can kill a dragon," the little girl said. As her figure landed, she looked at Du Xiaofu curiously in Kong Sansi's arms, and said in a childish voice, "Are you the demon king? Is the dragon bigger, or is my big sister's Mount Little White bigger? Why, are you afraid of dragons?" Du Xiaofu smiled. "No," the little girl shook her head and said, "When I grow up and become a powerhouse like big brother Sansi, I won't be afraid of dragons. This is also my cousin, my third uncle's daughter." Kong Sansi looked at Du Xiaofu helplessly. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with surprise. Logically speaking, the current lord of the Confucian school shouldn't be too young. However, one of his 2 daughters was still acceptable, but the other was only a few years old. Du Xiaofu found that the little girl hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. The current lord of the Confucian school was really good at giving birth. Big brother Sansi, second elder, let's go. My father is waiting in the main hall, Kong Yuqi said. A moment later, in the ancient main hall, Du Xiaofu saw the current lord of the Confucian school, and he was stunned. It was an old man who appeared to be in his 60s. However, his complexion was ruddy and his hair was jet black. His body was well built under his scholarly robes. However, the invisible aura on his body made it not difficult for Du Xiaofu's sharp Yuan spirit to discover that he was an extremely terrifying expert. Father. Kong Yuqi and her sister had already jumped into the old man's arms. The old man's face was kind, and his eyes were full of love. Don't be too surprised. The men of the Confucian school marry later. I have a great-grandfather in my family, and his son is 3 years younger than me. When I see him, I have to call him grandfather. How can I explain this? Kong Sansi seemed to feel Du Xiaofu's surprise, and whispered to Du Xiaofu's ears. His voice was somewhat depressed and helpless. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu felt helpless, and he also felt helpless for Kong Sansi. Greetings, Lord. Du Xiaofu bowed to the old man. The current lord of the Confucian school was one of the most powerful powerhouses in the world. Rock Emperor is too polite. The old man was very polite, and there was a smile on his face. This old man was Kong Zhuhao, the current lord of the Confucian school. The arrival of the demon king Du Xiaofu had immediately alarmed him, and it was enough for him to personally come out. The demon king, who had swept through his peers in the divine domain and eradicated legalism and all the forces that had converted to the school of martial arts, had many mysterious powerhouses behind him, and even had the divine thunder cauldron. This was enough to make the entire Confucian school pay attention to him. After some greetings, the Confucian school welcomed Du Xiaofu's arrival with a feast. With the current lord personally accompanying him, as well as the second elder and other elders, Du Xiaofu's face was not small. Rock Emperor, you are a young hero. You can be said to have shaken the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. After a few rounds of pleasantries, Kong Zhuhao looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile in his eyes. I guess that the Rock Emperor must have come to my Confucian school for an important matter. To tell you the truth, this little one has been looking forward to joining the Confucian school for a long time. This time, I came hoping to stay with the Confucian school for a few days and properly comprehend the Confucian school. I hope that the Lord will grant my wish. Du Xiaofu directly stated his purpose for coming, not beating around the bush. For the experts and elders of the Confucian school present, being direct was better. Hearing this, everyone paled. How could they not understand the meaning behind Du Xiaofu's words? He had been looking forward to joining the Confucian school for a long time and wanted to get a share of the Confucian school's inheritance. I was wondering what it was about. This is a small matter. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to take the Rock Emperor around the Confucian school. Kong Zhuhao smiled. A slight ripple flashed across his face without leaving a trace before quietly vanishing. Thank you, High Lord. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and smiled, a slight ripple in his clear eyes. Dad, let me accompany the demon king Du Xiaofu around the Confucian school. Kong Yuqi raised her hand in excitement. Don't mess around. The Rock Emperor is an honored guest. What demon king? Don't talk nonsense, Kong Zhuhao rolled his eyes at his beloved daughter. I've always been called the demon king, and Miss Yuqi is not wrong. Du Xiaofu smiled. If the Lord doesn't mind, it would be my honor to have Miss Yuqi lead the way. Dad, let me lead the way, Kong Yuqi excitedly said. My daughter is naughty and mischievous, so I ask the Rock Emperor to forgive her. Kong Zhuhao's eyes turned as he spoke to Du Xiaofu. Dad, I also want to go with elder sister, the little girl said. Seeing that her elder sister could go play, she did not want to miss it. After a welcoming dinner, Kong Sansi personally accompanied Du Xiaofu to many places in the Confucian school. Along the way, many disciples looked at them curiously and discussed. After Du Xiaofu left, only the elders, protectors, and Lord Conqueror remained in the hall. Lord, it seems that this demon king Du Xiaofu came to comprehend the inheritance of our Confucian school, an elder said. An elder spoke. His eyes shone as he said, this brat once took good care of Sansi and the others in the space of the divine domain. At this moment, he even has a divine thunder cauldron on him. It's a pity that the inheritance of our Confucian school cannot be passed to outsiders. This Du Xiaofu is indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, his cultivation is not below ours. Rumor has it that the legalisms Li Chenfa and Qin Tianshi both fell at his hands. His future is limitless. However, our Confucian school's inheritance cannot be passed to outsiders, a middle-aged elder in gray said. If he asks for something else, our Confucian school can give him some face. However, our Confucian school's inheritance cannot be passed to outsiders. An old woman in plain clothes said. Sitting behind the second elder, it was clear that her position in the Confucian school was not low. The elders and protectors discussed amongst themselves. Kong Zhuohao, on the other hand, was listening to what the elders and protectors were saying. He smiled and said, from what I can see, this boy is indeed extraordinary. Among his peers, no one can compare to him. Once he has the opportunity to control the 9 divine lightning cauldrons, he will be able to command the 9 clans. Kong Zhuohao paused for a moment and narrowed his eyes. From ancient times until now, no one in this world has been able to ascend. All of this is related to the supreme expert who sealed the evil spirit and the dragon god. The divine thunder cauldron is the key. If this Du Xiaofu has the divine thunder cauldron, perhaps he really has the chance to gather the 9 divine thunder cauldrons. Chapter 1837. My lord, you mean, the second elder opened his mouth and looked at Kong Zhuohao. The school of Yin Yang, the school of Moism, and the school of agriculture are on good terms with him. The school of Yin Yang and the school of Moism have even invested heavily. Mo Jiansa and Qi Mingxian have even brought out their nieces and daughters. However, they don't seem to be married yet, so we still have a chance. A slight smile appeared on Kong Zhuohao's ruddy face. My lord, but Qi is still young. Could it be? Hearing this, an elder immediately spoke up. What nonsense are you spouting? What are you thinking? Kong Zhuohao immediately glared at that elder and said unhappily, are the girls in my school of Confucianism inferior to the girls from the school of Moism and the school of Yin Yang? Tomorrow, let Yu Tong and Kuei go with Yuqi. Looking at the elders present, Kong Zhuohao did not conceal the slight smile in his eyes. He said, if Du Xiaofu can become half a disciple of our school of Confucianism, then it's reasonable for him to want the inheritance of our school of Confucianism. If Du Xiaofu becomes half a disciple of our school of Confucianism first, then the people from the school of Moism and the school of Yin Yang will definitely be very good looking. The demon king Du Xiaofu, the young master of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, the rock emperor of the desolate country. He definitely has the qualifications to become half a disciple of our school of Confucianism. However, Yu Tong and Kuei, those 2 girls, are being targeted by quite a number of brats. If they are really taken advantage of by outsiders, I'm afraid those brats will take things too hard. Immediately, quite a few elders and protectors discussed with smiles in their eyes. It was dusk, and Du Xiaofu was arranged to stay in a secluded courtyard by the school of Confucianism. The courtyard was antique, with 3 entrances and 3 exits. Green vines climbed up the white walls. Kong Sansi personally sent him off. Before he left, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said after some hesitation, my third uncle looks simple and honest, and he doesn't care about anything. However, since young, I've never been able to hide my thoughts from him. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He understood what Kong Sansi was, that the current master of Confucianism had already guessed his intentions. It won't be easy for him to obtain anything from the school of Confucianism. That girl Yuchi is quite clever. However, she is still inexperienced. She is able to enter all the places in the clan. Kong Sansi left these words behind and then left. It was almost dusk. Du Xiaofu looked out of the courtyard, his eyes flashing. Du Xiaofu then walked into the courtyard and adjusted his breathing on the bed. He circulated the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks and comprehended the profound meaning of his body. Whoosh whoosh. Not long after, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a circle of golden light. The next morning, outside the courtyard where Du Xiaofu was staying, a snow leopard and 3 graceful figures flew through the air. 2 graceful figures moved the heart and soul, and one of them was still young and inexperienced. Huff. Du Xiaofu stopped his breathing and walked out of the room when he sensed someone's aura. What a beautiful woman! When Du Xiaofu arrived outside the courtyard, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. At this moment, apart from Kong Yuchi and the little girl on the snow leopard, there were 2 other beautiful women in the courtyard. Their beauty and temperament were definitely rare. Greetings, Rock Emperor. The 2 women bowed slightly. One of them looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. She wore a long white dress that trailed on the ground, and her fine black hair was draped over her shoulders like brocade. Her willow eyebrows were curved like crescent moons, and the tip of her eyebrows carried a hint of coldness. Her white wrist was covered by a light muslin, and she was elegant, making people unable to look at her. The other woman looked to be slightly younger. Her skin was fair, and her face was moving. Her cherry lips were rosy, as if she was silently seductive. Her attire also carried a kind of fiery heat. Her chest was high, and her fair skin could be vaguely seen. Her body also emitted an innate woman's fragrance, which was quiet and pleasant. These 2 women had completely different styles, but their temperament and beauty were enough to move any man's heart. I've seen them before. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He had an impression of them in the divine domain. These 2 women had followed Kong Sansi into the divine domain. Under the sharp power of the primordial spirit, the cultivation of the 2 women could not escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. One was already at the initial stage of the domain realm, while the other was an 8-star Nirvana peak spirit talisman master. Brother Xiaofu, this is Sister Yutong and Sister Kuei. Kong Yuchi introduced the 2 women with a smile. Later, Du Xiaofu learned that the older woman was called Meng Yutong, and the younger one was called Sun Kuei. Today, they would accompany him to walk around the Confucian school. The little girl was Kong Yuchi's younger sister, Kong Yuling. She was only 5 years old and had yet to reach the foundation establishment realm, but her physique was extraordinary. Under the nurturing of the Confucian school, it would not be long before she became one of the best among her peers. It seems that they really are bringing me around. Du Xiaofu thought to himself, accompanied by 4 people and 1 beast. However, Du Xiaofu's expression did not leave any trace. No wonder the Confucian supremacy had agreed so readily yesterday. He was clearly pretending that he did not understand what he had said. Moreover, he had let Meng Yutong and Sun Kuei come with the intention of watching him and Kong Yuchi. This supremacy is truly a wily old fox. Du Xiaofu bitterly smiled to himself. Du Xiaofu was well aware of Kong Sansi's intelligence, and Kong Sansi had said that he had never taken advantage of his 3rd uncle. It was clear that although this supremacy looked kind, he was actually a wily old fox. Along the way, when they met the disciples of the Confucian school, there would be a commotion. Kong Yuchi's words were endless. She was extremely curious about the outside world and constantly asked Du Xiaofu questions. Gradually, Sun Kuei's interest was piqued, and she surrounded Du Xiaofu to ask questions. As for Meng Yutong, she had a natural coldness to her, as if she was not from this world. Occasionally, she would glance at Du Xiaofu. Little Kong Yuling sat on the snow leopard's back. Kong Yuchi had taken out a pile of candy to send her away, and her little mouth had not been idle the entire way. Although they were strolling, how could Kong Yuqi and Sun Kuei be a match for Du Xiaofu? Intentionally or unintentionally, Du Xiaofu managed to get information about the Confucian school out of them. When the disciples of the Confucian school cultivated, they would often be sent to dangerous places to temper their bodies and temper their minds. The Confucian school also had a few secret places. It was said that they had been passed down since ancient times. Some secret places could only be entered by the outstanding people of the school. The Confucian school even had a secret place that only a few of the outstanding people of the school could enter to comprehend. It was rumored that it contained the best martial techniques of the Confucian school. The highest secret place is related to my Confucian school's sorcerer's power, Kong Yuqi said. Her eyes were filled with yearning as she said, "Unfortunately, my father said that I can only enter that place after I become a martial saint." Sorcerer's power. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. It was rumored that the Confucian school was related to the legendary great sorcerer of ancient times. They had a glorious past that was unimaginable to the people of the world. The sorcerer's power was once the most powerful existence in the world. Even now, it still had the power to destroy the world. Du Xiaofu came this time with the intention of comprehending the sorcerer's power of the Confucian school. During the battle between the legalism school and the Confucian school's Yan Lihan, the sorcerer's power had shocked Du Xiaofu. "I wonder if you can take me for a stroll around those secret places and broaden my horizons." Du Xiaofu said lightly, but his eyes were secretly peeking at the expressions of the three women. Only the disciples of the Confucian school can enter the secret places. If the Rock Emperor is interested in our martial techniques, you can take a stroll around our Confucian school's training grounds and give some pointers to our disciples, Meng Yutong said. Meng Yutong said. Her voice was just like her face, innately carrying a kind of faint coldness. Training grounds, Du Xiaofu shook his head. As expected, these two women had been deliberately sent by the reverend of the Confucian school. Going to the training grounds was useless. Meng Yutong had turned the tables on him, and this made Du Xiaofu feel very helpless. This woman was not to be trifled with. It's been half a day, and the scenery of the Confucian school is like a dream. I wonder if there are any dangerous or fun places in the Confucian school that I can go to. Du Xiaofu turned his gaze to Kong Yuqi. Sun Kuei asked. I don't think so. Sun Kuei shook her head. I know a place where any disciple of the Confucian school can go without any restrictions. You are an honored guest of the Confucian school, so it doesn't matter if I want to go there. If you can pass, you can even obtain the legendary great benefits. Kong Yuqi seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Du Xiaofu with excitement and said, but that place is very dangerous. No one in the Confucian school has been able to pass through it for a very long time. But according to the records of our Confucian ancestors, in ancient times, many of our ancestors were able to pass through, and the fastest only took half a month. What place? Hearing that he could obtain great benefits, Du Xiaofu immediately became interested, and his eyes almost lit up. Wu Peak Sky Road. Kong Yuqi said. Hearing this, the gazes of Meng Yutong and Sun Kuei darkened. Wu Peak Sky Road has a total of 7 peaks, and it is full of mystery. Each peak is separated by a pass, and there are a total of 7 passes. Legend has it that as long as you pass through the 7 passes, you can obtain the greatest benefits of the Confucian school. Kong Yuqi added, but if you fail, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. No one has ever been able to come out unscathed. There's still such a place. I'd like to see it. Du Xiaofu was not a careless person, but hearing that there were ancestors of the Confucian school who passed through it, it meant that the so-called Wu Peak Sky Road was not impossible to pass. Do you really want to go? You have to think carefully. That Wu Peak Sky Road is too dangerous. In the Confucian school's records, there are only records of our ancestors who passed through it. After that, no one has been able to pass through it. Tens of thousands of years ago, many of our ancestors who were extraordinary either died prematurely or were seriously injured while trying to pass through the Wu Peak Sky Road. Because of this, our ancestors decided long ago that we would not allow our disciples to pass through the Wu Peak Sky Road. Kong Yuqi did not expect Du Xiaofu to really want to go. At this moment, she became nervous and reminded Du Xiaofu seriously. It seems that the Wu Peak Sky Road is not simple. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. For the Confucian school to decide to forbid their disciples from passing through the Wu Peak Sky Road, it was enough to prove that the Wu Peak Sky Road was not ordinary. It's okay. I've decided to try. Can you lead the way? Du Xiaofu smiled and asked Kong Yuqi. The ancestors of the Confucian school once tried to pass through the Wu Peak Sky Road, but none of their descendants succeeded. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. Instead, his blood was boiling. He wondered how he would compare to those ancient heavens favorites. Sure. Kong Yuqi hesitated for a moment, then looked at Du Xiaofu and nodded. Yuqi, no one is allowed to pass through there. Plus, the Rock Emperor is not a member of the Confucian school. Meng Yutong's expression changed as she tried to stop Kong Yuqi. The home only forbids the disciples of the Confucian school from entering, but it does not forbid others from entering. Kong Yuqi smiled slyly at Meng Yutong. To us, the Wu Peak Sky Road is only a legend. Rumor has it that as long as you pass through the Wu Peak Sky Road, you will receive the greatest benefits from the Confucian school. Sister Yutong, are you not curious? Chapter 1838. This. Meng Yutong hesitated. The path of heaven on Wu Peak was only a legend to the Confucian school of Confucianism. Countless ancestors of the Confucian school of Confucianism died or were severely injured when they attempted the path of heaven. As a result, the path of heaven was closed 10,000 years ago. As for the biggest benefit hidden behind the path of heaven, all the disciples of the Confucian school of Confucianism dreamed of obtaining it. But it was only a dream. Everyone knew that they could not obtain it. But the more it was like this, the more curious they were. Without a doubt, both Meng Yutong and Sun Kuei were curious. What was the biggest benefit of the Confucian school of heaven on Wu Peak? The path of heaven on Wu Peak is extremely dangerous. Once you enter, you cannot leave easily. If you fail, you will be severely injured at best, and die at worst. It is too dangerous. Meng Yutong frowned and said, "The Rock Emperor is an honored guest of the Confucian school of Confucianism. If anything happens to him in the Confucian school of Confucianism, it will be a big problem. We cannot bear the responsibility. I know the path of heaven on Wu Peak is dangerous." Kong Yuqi's eyes flickered, and she said, "But Brother Xiaofu is the Demon King. He can defeat all of his peers. Don't worry, I know the dangers of the path of heaven on Wu Peak. I will bear the responsibility. I will not put it on you." Du Xiaofu looked at the three girls and said, "Even if the Confucian school of Confucianism blames you, I will bear the responsibility. I will not make things difficult for you." After looking at Du Xiaofu for a while, Meng Yutong looked at Sun Kuei. Her heart wavered, but she could not make the decision alone. "I think what Yuqi said makes sense. Perhaps the great Ping Emperor has a chance," Sun Kuei said thoughtfully. "Okay then." Meng Yutong gritted her teeth and nodded. Then she looked at Du Xiaofu. On her indifferent face, her eyes lit up. She said, "If you want to enter the path of heaven, you must be careful. The Confucian school of Confucianism has some records about the path of heaven. I can tell you first." Soon after, the group went on to Wu Feng's heavenly road. Kong Yuling held the candy and followed behind them on her snow leopard. Along the way, Du Xiaofu learned a lot about Wu Peak Sky Road from Meng Yutong. It was rumored that the heaven's path at Wu Peak was left behind by the most ancient experts of the Confucian school. Even the strongest experts of the current Confucian school were unable to pass through it. On the other hand, the path of heaven at Wu Peak was related to one's cultivation level. Entering the path of heaven, one would be met with resistance of the same cultivation level. The higher one's cultivation level, the higher the resistance. Once he entered Wu Peak's Sky Road, everything would be out of his control. As for what kind of dangers Wu Feng would encounter on the heavenly path, the records of the Confucians were fragmented and there wasn't much useful information. However, it was rumored that as long as one could pass through the 7 trials and pass through Wu Peak's heavenly path, they would be able to obtain the greatest benefits from the Confucian school. Behind these mountains was a series of mountains that rose and fell like a giant beast in hibernation. This was a rather remote location for the Confucian school. However, in the midst of these mountains, there were 7 incomparably huge mountains that stood tall and straight. They were exceptionally dazzling and majestic. These 7 huge mountains were like peerless giants. Not even a blade of grass grew on them. The rocks were carved with many strange and ferocious patterns, emitting a mottled and ancient aura. The 7 huge mountains were separated by thousands of feet. The 7 mountains were arranged in a straight line. From the first mountain to the last, the distance was tens of thousands of feet. If an ordinary person were to walk along the foot of the mountain in a straight line, it would take them half a day or even longer. The 7 huge mountains stood tall and straight, quietly standing on this ancient land. It was as if they had existed for countless years and were looking at something from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, several figures landed on the mountains. It was Du Xiaofu, Kong Yuqi, Meng Yutong, and the others. What a strange mountain! As the figures landed, Du Xiaofu was immediately attracted by the 7 huge mountains. Looking at the 7 mountains from afar, he felt as if he was facing an ancient giant beast. The 7 ancient mountains were calm at the moment. However, there was an invisible aura that made Du Xiaofu feel as if he was facing the most terrifying beast. It was hibernating and could awaken at any time. This is the heaven's path of Wu Peak. It starts from the foot of the first mountain. Stepping on the mountain is the first stage. Crossing the sky to the second mountain is the second stage. When you step on the 7th mountain, it is the 7th stage. At that time, you will be able to obtain the greatest benefits of the Confucian school. Meng Yutong looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "In the area of the heaven's path of Wu Peak, there are restrictions set by our ancestors. Even the experts of the Confucian school cannot break in. There is only one path that can be taken. That path is also known as the heaven's path of Wu Peak. It is said that even in ancient times, the number of ancestors who could pass through the heaven's path of Wu Peak could be counted on one hand. If you can succeed, it will be the pride and fortune of the Confucian school. If I can succeed, the benefits I will obtain will probably be extraordinary." Du Xiaofu looked at the 7 enormous mountains before him and muttered softly. The invisible ancient aura that permeated the air made Du Xiaofu feel that if he could pass through the heaven's path of Wu Peak, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be extraordinary. There's still a problem. Meng Yutong frowned when she saw Du Xiaofu's eager expression. She said, 10,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Confucian school set up a seal at the entrance in order to prevent future generations from passing through the heaven's path of Wu Peak. It won't be easy to undo it. Even if the seal can be undone, the elders will immediately be alerted. At that time, it will be impossible to pass through the heaven's path of Wu Peak. A seal, huh? I'll go take a look. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about an ordinary seal. In the end, it was just as Du Xiaofu had expected. The seal at the entrance to the heaven's path of Wu Peak wasn't simple, and it should have been set up by a 9th-star Overlord region expert. The chances of anyone below the Saint Realm forcefully passing through it was practically zero. However, such a seal wasn't a problem for Du Xiaofu. With the origin spirit of the Redbone horse, he could enter it without making a sound and wouldn't affect the seal at all. Boom, Just as Du Xiaofu entered the seal with the help of his origin spirit, the runes and ferocious diagrams on the 7 ancient mountains suddenly lit up. The 7 ancient mountains trembled at the same time, and the dazzling light connected to form a vast fluctuation that shot into the sky. The vast fluctuation swept through the entire ancient land of the Confucian school. It shook the mountains and rivers, and it swept out in all directions like an earthquake. What's that? At this moment, all the disciples of the Confucian school raised their heads in shock. The vast fluctuation of aura was too shocking. Under everyone's gazes, dazzling runes bloomed from the depths of the void. The aura of the shaman god traversed the past and present, and it filled the sky. The dazzling light shook the heavens and the earth as if a new world was opening. In a short period of time, a ferocious diagram unfolded in the sky, and it surrounded a long path of light. It seemed like the path to the upper world, and it was filled with profundity. What exactly is that? All the disciples of the Confucian school were shocked. The terrifying aura filled the air, and it made their hearts tremble. They felt the most intense suppression for no reason. Quickly investigate. Numerous elders, protectors, and experts of the Confucian school flashed out. They gathered in the air and looked in the direction of the shocking commotion. Wu Peak's Heaven's Path. Who's challenging Wu Peak's Heaven's Path? Suddenly, an aged figure appeared in the sky, and his voice reverberated in the air. Wu Peak's Heaven's Path. The elders and protectors were shocked and they heard that, and their eyes gradually filled with astonishment. Chapter 1839. The 7 mountains lit up at the same time. Countless ancient talisman patterns and ferocious diagrams seemed to have come to life. The light on the 7 mountains connected, forming a long path of light. Countless gods and demons appeared around the path of light, as if the god of sorcerers had descended. It was like a path to heaven. He really went in and opened Wu Peak's path to heaven. On a mountain far away, Meng Yutong's beautiful face was no longer cold. Her voice was trembling. Wu Peak's path to heaven has opened. He is the Demon King. Maybe he can really pass through Wu Peak's path and unlock the secret behind it. Kong Yuqi was excited and looked expectant. He is not from the Confucian school after all. Wu Peak's path to heaven belongs to the Confucian school. If he tries to force his way in, he might encounter greater danger. Sun Kuei looked very nervous. Whoosh, whoosh, in a short time, many figures appeared on the mountain. Waves of vast aura descended, and the light was as dazzling as the stars. They were all the elders and protectors of the Confucian school. The ones at the front were the High Lords Kong Zhuahao and Kong Sansi. What's going on? An elder suddenly asked. He looked forward, his eyes trembling. It's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He wants to pass through Wu Peak's path to heaven, Kong Yuqi said. The restriction was not activated. How did he get in? An elder was surprised. The restriction outside Wu Peak's path to heaven was not activated at all, but Du Xiaofu had already entered. Passing Wu Peak's path to heaven, if one fails, one will be severely injured even if they don't die. It has been a long time since anyone in the Confucian school was able to pass through it. The Demon King Du Xiaofu has a special identity. If something happens to him in the Confucian school, it will cause a huge commotion. An elder looked serious. Du Xiaofu was the barren country's rock emperor. Not to mention the barren country's many geniuses, Du Xiaofu was also the young master of the Golden Rock clan. Behind him was the mysterious existence of Fu Yibai and the others. If the Demon King Du Xiaofu were to happen to the Confucian school, it would cause a huge commotion. Du Xiaofu. Not to Yuqi, you did it, didn't you? Girl, you really don't know what's important. Kong Zhuahao looked at his beloved daughter and knew at a glance that this was related to Kong Yuqi. At this moment, Kong Zhuahao's expression froze as well. He knew very well how dangerous the path of heaven was. Father, elder, you don't have to worry too much. Big Brother Xiaofu is no ordinary person. He will definitely be able to break through, Kong Yuqi said, her eyes filled with expectation and confidence. He creates miracles every single time. Maybe even Wu Feng's path of heaven cannot stop him. Kong Sansi smiled bitterly. Back in God's domain, he had witnessed just how monstrous that fellow was. However, this was the Scholar Sorcerer Peak Sky Path. If that fellow really managed to clear the Sorcerer Peak Sky Path, where would the scholar's reputation go? The path of heaven has been opened. There is no way to stop it now, said an elder, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. Look, that's Big Brother Xiaofu. On the back of the snow leopard, Kong Yuling suddenly shouted excitedly. All eyes were fixed on the path ahead. At this moment, on the first mountain peak, a figure had already reached the peak. His entire body was covered in golden light. Behind him, the golden wings of a rock stretched out, making him look like a deity. He passed the first test so quickly. Seeing that the figure had already reached the peak of the first mountain, the elders on the mountain were shocked. At the top of Wu Feng's sky path of heaven, the peak was covered in light. There was a path of light leading to the front. Around it, countless shadows of gods and demons appeared. The power of the sorcerer god filled the air. The outside world could only feel the terrifying aura from afar. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu was in the middle of it. He could feel how terrifying the aura was. Countless gods and demons were chanting all around. Their voices were like thunder, shaking people's souls. The thick and surging power of the sorcerer god seemed to have come from ancient times. Du Xiaofu stared ahead, carefully activating the golden wings of the great rock. His eyes flashed with golden lightning as he stepped onto the path of light. If he wanted to pass through Wu Feng's path of heaven, this was the only way. As Du Xiaofu stepped onto the path of light, the cries of gods and demons resounded. Countless shadows of swords and sabers pierced through the void and swept over in an instant. Is this the Wu Feng's path of heaven? It's so terrifying. The Wu Feng's path of heaven is stronger than the strong. This is caused by the demon king Du Xiaofu himself. Even an ordinary master realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand such power. The Wu Feng's path of heaven can only be passed with the strength of one's physical body. No external objects can be used. On the mountain top, the Confucian experts, elders, and protectors stared at the Wu Feng's path of heaven without blinking. Their faces were filled with shock. Every shadow of swords and sabers around the path of light was like lightning. They had the power to directly kill a peak Grand Dominion realm cultivator. An ordinary master realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. It's getting stronger and stronger. It took a long time to describe, but everything happened in an instant. As he watched the shadows of swords and sabers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth approach, golden talisman inscriptions surged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. The golden rock wings on his back flapped continuously, and circles of golden talisman inscriptions swept out. It was like a golden sun in the sky, filling the air with majestic light. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a rock spreading its wings and soaring through the 9 heavens. He carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. Clang, 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 the shadows of swords and sabers pierced through the void, but they were all blocked by Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings. When they landed on the golden rock wings, they stirred up lightning in all directions and exploded with runes before shattering. Du Xiaofu rampaged through the path, shattering the dense shadows of swords and sabers around him with an unstoppable momentum. Walala, a terrifying sea of fire appeared and surged in all directions of the heavenly road. It was as if it covered the sky and covered the sun, enveloping this part of the world. The blazing heat was like the descent of heavenly fire, causing one's skin to burn and one's soul to wither. Even the space was distorted by the heat. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings. Purple flames surged and purple talisman inscriptions exploded. It was as if a purple flame demonic phoenix was wrapped around him as he flapped his wings and flew through the sea of fire. Walala, suddenly, the sea of fire turned into huge waves that filled the sky and swept out in all directions. It was as if it could annihilate everything. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings, and the golden rock wings on his back flapped. He soared into the sky and finally stepped onto the second peak in a shocking manner. Oh my God, it's already the third stage. On the mountain top, all the scholarly experts had yet to react and the domineering figure had already stepped onto the second shaman peak. Du Xiaofu did not stop at all and continued forward. Rumble, suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in front of him. Countless bolts of lightning exploded and swept down like a storm. Wherever the bolts of lightning passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in the space. They could destroy and annihilate everything. That's the power of lightning. It's too terrifying. It seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Even the scholarly experts who were far away from the heavenly road on the shaman peak felt a chill run down their spines as they gazed at the power of the lightning from afar. The power of the lightning was enough to make even peak experts of the Overlord realm tremble in fear and not dare to face it head-on. I can't activate the purple lightning profound cauldron. At this moment, Du Xiaofu realized that even the purple lightning profound cauldron could not be activated on the heavenly road. However, it was just the power of lightning. Du Xiaofu was not afraid. He smiled and formed a hand seal. The golden light around him was instantly covered by purple lightning talisman inscriptions. He activated his lightning martial vein, and even the golden rock wings on his back were covered in purple lightning arcs. Rumble, bolts of lightning fell one after another. Terrifying arcs of lightning wreaked havoc as space shattered inch by inch. Such terrifying destructive power caused more and more scholarly disciples to feel their hair stand on end as their souls trembled. Chapter 1840. However, at this moment, when the destructive lightning descended and swept down onto Du Xiaofu like a storm, it was devoured and absorbed by the lightning veins that covered Du Xiaofu's body. The might of the lightning that was sufficient to destroy everything was completely unharmed to Du Xiaofu at this moment, and he was like a fish in water as he traversed the heaven path. Air. At this moment, all the experts and elders of the scholarly faction on the mountain in the distance were dumbstruck as if they'd seen a ghost. When looked at from the outside world, the heaven path seemed to be less than a few kilometers in length, but one could only sense that it was an extremely long path that one couldn't see the end of. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the destructive lightning descended, it covered the heavens and the earth, and the sharp sound of lightning tearing through the air resounded. It was sufficient to directly obliterate the soul of a peak overlord realm cultivator, and no matter how strong that peak overlord realm cultivator was, they would probably be exhausted to death. However, Du Xiaofu was like a fish in water at this moment, and his lightning veins covered his body as he swaggered through the heaven path. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds pressed down at the end of the heaven path while winds rose and clouds surged. An abyss-like rift appeared high up in the sky, and the surging energy of the shaman god traversed space and time from the primordial times to condense into an enormous figure of the shaman god in the sky. As the figure of the shaman god appeared, the figures of the fiend gods and the surroundings chanted in the sky, and the wind and thunder resounded without end. The terrifying might swept out, and it caused the elders and guardians of the Confucian clan to go limp on the mountain in the distance. That's the energy of the primordial shaman god. A scholarly elder trembled while his eyes glowed. The energy of the shaman god effused out from the heaven path, and it caused the blood in the bodies of all the scholarly disciples to start boiling. The pressure came from their bloodline and soul, and it was impossible to resist. Bang! The figure of the shaman god appeared in the sky like an ancient shaman god. He waved his hand, causing space to distort while winds and clouds surged. An enormous palm stretched out from the depths of the sky, and it covered the sky as it smashed down towards Du Xiaofu. A strand of terrifying energy instantly swept over from all directions, and it carried an enormous pressure as it silently spread out. It was like the world in this space was shaking, and it was shocking. Rumble, when such a hand seal descended, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was as if a spatial storm had arisen. There were the sun, moon, stars, and all living beings in the world. All of them were annihilated within it, and everything was destroyed. At this moment, the world around them was distorted, and spatial ripples spread out in all directions like waves of boiling water. The terrifying power of the sorcerer god in the handprint was accompanied by a mysterious force. As it pressed down, space shattered inch by inch, and a pitch-black space vortex was torn apart as it fell from the sky. This is the power of the ancient sorcerer god. On a distant mountain, Kong Sansi's eyes glowed, his expression solemn. "I don't think anyone below the Saint Realm can stop it," an old man said. "Can he still withstand it?" On Meng Yutong's beautiful face, her eyes were fixed on Wu Feng's sky road. At this moment, that terrifying handprint caused all the Confucian cultivators in the distant void to be on tenterhooks for Du Xiaofu. That handprint was too terrifying. It was the power of the ancient sorcerer god. No one below the Saint Realm could stop it. Crack crack, the path of heaven was in the sky, and the surroundings were dark. The golden light on Du Xiaofu's body soared into the sky, and the terrifying handprint descended. The void around his figure was distorted, and countless tiny cracks appeared, densely covering the void like a spider web. "Come on!" Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. Lightning surged in the depths of his eyes, and golden light surged out. Suddenly, profound energy surged out from the divine gate in his body like a flood. Golden light erupted, and lightning wreaked havoc as it rushed into the sky. The thunder martial vein and the golden rock could merge. In an instant, it covered the surrounding space and turned into a huge purple-gold thunder rock in the sky. Screech! The purple-gold thunder rock was born. Its huge body covered the sky, and its eyes were like a sea of thunder, shooting out purple-gold lightning arcs. It was like two bright suns in the sky, overlooking the world. Boom! At the same time, on the path of heaven, an unusual vibration appeared in the air. Mysterious runes began to seep out of the void. In the next moment, a shapeless aura resonated with the void around Du Xiaofu. In the end, it turned into a purple-gold divine ring. It was like a purple-gold sun in the sky, dazzling and brilliant. The 8 trigrams diagram, the mysteries of stars, the mysteries of the immortal grass, the mysteries of the violet flame demonic phoenix, the mysteries of the nether cave grass, the mysteries of lightning, and countless other mysteries of the beasts fused together. They turned into various phenomena as a vast heavenly might permeated the surroundings. Boom! A divine ring appeared in the sky, filling the void with divine light, bringing with it a kind of divine radiance. At this moment, from far away in the void, all the Confucian disciples could feel the terrifying saintly might from Du Xiaofu's body. It was like a new world had opened. Almost all the Confucian disciples had never seen such a vision before. Under such pressure, even the legalism elders and guardians felt their legs go weak. They couldn't resist such terrifying pressure at all. This is a new nirvana. It's a path that belongs to him. It's beyond the nirvana of a Grand Supreme, and it's also beyond the nirvana of a perfected Grand Supreme. All of a sudden, a figure descended from the sky. His voice was gentle and it resounded through the sky. It was an old man with long hair. He looked to be in his 50s. His Confucian robe was embroidered with green bamboo patterns. His hair was gray, and it swayed with the wind. He had a long beard, and he looked like an immortal. As this old man descended, the surrounding void changed slightly. Divine Ancestor, when this old man descended, all the Confucian elders and guardians, including Kong Shuhao, bowed with respect. But at this moment, this immortal old man's deep eyes were fixed on Wu Peak's sky road. In the dazzling divine ring, the purple-gold lightning figure merged with another divine ring. It was sacred and inviolable. From the purple-gold lightning figure, a surging aura poured down like a waterfall. From afar, it was extremely dazzling. It gave people the feeling that the world had just opened, and all things had just been born. Break! Break! When these words came out, Du Xiaofu didn't stop at all. He used the infinite power of nirvana to resist the terrifying sorcerer god's handprint. Boom! Boom! In the next second, the infinite power of nirvana swept out. It was as if a new world had been opened, causing countless visions to appear in the void. It fiercely collided with the sorcerer god's handprint. Screech, a purple-gold thunder rock flew up from it, facing the terrifying vortex in the sorcerer god's handprint. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Boom! Boom! This collision instantly exploded with dazzling runes that covered the sky and earth. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Its power enveloped the world. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the ancient world of the Confucian faction was also surging. The sky changed color, and the earth shook. Bang! 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 In the void of the Sorcerer Peak's path of heaven, space was exploding. It made people's souls tremble uncontrollably. Large spatial cracks were hanging in the sky. The space was chaotic, and almost no one could see clearly. Until the dazzling light gradually disappeared and dimmed, only the light of the Sorcerer Peak's path of heaven was still crossing the void, connecting the 7 Sorcerer Peaks. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on the 3rd peak. The golden rock wings on his back were broken, and his body was covered with a feather armor. The light was dim, and there were traces of cracks, revealing his flesh. Fresh blood dripped down, and a faint golden color covered his body. That was the supreme blood, condensed and not scattered. Pfft! Du Xiaofu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The azure spirit armor on his body disappeared, but in the end, it resisted. This is a great talent. In the void, the sage-like elder spoke. His eyes were filled with divine light. The demon king Du Xiaofu passed the 3rd stage. He passed the 3rd stage. On the peak, the disciples of the Confucian school were in an uproar. The elders and protectors were even more shocked. Under such terrifying power, the demon king Du Xiaofu withstood it directly. How powerful! How long has it been? He has already passed the 3rd stage. Some elders were dumbfounded. This speed of passing was a little too fast. Brother Xiaofu is so powerful. I knew he would be fine. Kong Yuqi cheered excitedly. She had absolute confidence in that tall and straight figure from beginning to end. Kong Zhuhao rolled his eyes at his beloved daughter, then looked back at the Sorcerer Peak's path of heaven. Continue. On the 3rd Sorcerer Peak, Du Xiaofu looked at the path of light in front of him. He squinted his eyes, took a deep breath, and continued to step forward. Dong! As Du Xiaofu stepped forward, the sound of a zither entered the ears of everyone around the path of light. It was pleasing to the ears, like the sound of a fairy. When such a sound spread out, everyone who heard it would fall into a trance. The sound of the zither reverberated on the Sorcerer Peak's path of heaven. The disciples of the Confucian school were in a daze. Some of them laughed foolishly, while others closed their eyes. Even many elders and protectors were in a trance at this moment. The sound of the zither can affect the soul. Don't let it enter your ears. Above the void, the sage-like elder spoke. His faint voice reverberated between heaven and earth. When it landed in the ears of the disciples of the Confucian school, it was as if they were enlightened. How terrifying! One by one, they woke up from their stupor. Their gazes changed drastically, and their hearts were still beating fast. The sound of the zither entered their ears. At this moment, Du Xiaofu crossed the path as if he was taking a stroll. No one knew that at this moment, in Du Xiaofu's mind, the red-bone horse monkey's body was sitting cross-legged on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian. Electric arcs rippled, and the sound of the zither that affected the soul could not cause much of a ripple. Whoa! Suddenly, the sound of the zither changed, and the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling swept over. Chapter 1841. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, like the howling of evil spirits. The air around them darkened, and a murderous aura surged. The color of the sky changed. When the sound came from the path of heaven, the expressions of the Confucian cultivators in the distance changed. Most of the Confucian disciples had already sealed off their hearing, not daring to let the howling of ghosts enter their ears. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was still strolling leisurely. White divine light faintly gushed out from the depths of his eyes. Silver gold lightning arcs flowed between his brows, as if he was traversing the 9 hells. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu stepped onto the 4th Wu peak. He passed the 4th test just like that. Before the Confucian cultivators could recover from their shock, Du Xiaofu's figure had already stepped onto the 5th peak. Walala, ancient runes were changing, covering the sky. Dazzling light shot into the clouds, illuminating the surroundings. Countless runes rippled, but no longer emitted any pressure. It was as if they had evolved and bloomed on the path of light, filled with the ancient aura of the sorcerer god. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was blocked on the light path leading to the 5th mountain peak under everyone's watchful eyes. What's going on? What kind of test is that? It doesn't look like anything. Why is he blocked? This scene shocked the Confucian cultivators and disciples on the peak. They were very confused. That's an ancient illusory array. It will create an illusion. You can only experience it when you're inside. There are records that say that those illusory arrays are extraordinary. The fastest of the ancient supreme cultivators of the Confucian school who passed through the path of heaven took 5 days. In the air, the sage-like elder spoke. He stood quietly in the air and a formless aura emanated from him, blocking most of the pressure that spread from Wu Feng's sky road and protecting many of the Confucian disciples who were not of high enough cultivation. He's continuing. But just as the sage-like elder finished speaking, some of the Confucian disciples exclaimed. Du Xiaofu, who had paused for a moment, continued to cross. An illusion, huh? On the path of light, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. A confident smile appeared on his pale face, and white light poured out of his eyes. Whoosh, dazzling runes fluctuated in the surroundings. Under the gazes of everyone present, Du Xiaofu stepped onto the 5th mountain with ease. Everyone was stunned to the point that they found it difficult to breathe. On the path to the 6th peak, the runes on the path of heaven and earth flickered, like a falling river of stars, filling the sky. I've walked path of heaven and stones. I've been training. And I've been through countless dangers. This path of the strong's the path of the stone city. On the path of light, Du Xiaofu murmured softly. On his resolute face, there was a resolute look in his eyes. Rumble, Du Xiaofu didn't walk quickly. He walked slowly, and with every step he took, a loud clanging sound could be heard in the air. It was like a heavenly drum, and the sound made people's hearts pound. Brother Du Xiaofu, you can do it. On the mountain top, Kong Yuqi stared at the tall figure on the path of heaven and earth. She clenched her fists tightly. In less than half a day, he's already past the 5th level. Even in ancient times, this is a miracle for the Confucian school. Can Demon King Du Xiaofu really pass the path of heaven of our Confucian school of Witchcraft Peak? Ever since that catastrophe, none of the disciples of the Confucian school have been able to pass the path of heaven. No one knows what lies behind the path of heaven. If the Demon King Du Xiaofu can make it through, perhaps this time we will be able to find out what the benefits of the heaven's path are. There were elders and experts who were whispering to each other. Quite a few of their aged bodies were trembling, their eyes fluctuating with divine light. They began to reveal a type of expectation. Rumble. With a final clanging sound, Du Xiaofu stepped onto the 6th shaman peak. My God, he passed the 6th level. There's only one level left. The Demon King Du Xiaofu, is he really going to pass the path of heaven? The Confucian elders and protectors on the mountain began to tremble. This Demon King had passed through 6 trials in a short period of time. This speed was something that not even the supreme geniuses of the ancient Confucian school had been able to accomplish. Brother Du Xiaofu, you can definitely succeed. Kong Yuqi was excited, but her fists were clenched tighter and tighter. Meng Yutong stared at the purple-robed figure on the 6th peak. Her eyes glowed, and it was hard to tell whether she was nervous or serious. Kong Zhuahao did not say a word. He was also staring at the figure on the 6th peak. Demon King Du Xiaofu really lives up to his reputation. He passed the 6th stage so quickly, as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. Unbelievable. How powerful. No wonder he can defeat his peers. How shocking. To the younger disciples of the Confucian school, they were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. Just the pressure emanating from Wu Feng's Sky Road alone was enough to make them unable to resist. But now, the purple-robed young man was like a demon. He was breaking through. How many years has it been? The path of heaven has been closed. Countless supreme geniuses of the Confucian school died or were severely injured on the path of heaven. Even the legendary heavens chosen of the Confucian school of Confucianism, who were the cream of the crop, only a handful of them were able to make it through the path of heaven. On the 6th shaman peak, Du Xiaofu stood there. His entire body was suffused with a golden glow, and the golden wings of the great rock spread out behind his back. His purple robe fluttered slightly, and his posture was tall and straight. There was naturally a shapeless aura that set off him, making him seem extraordinary. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is not cruel at all. On the contrary, he is extraordinary. He is even more powerful than Brother San Si. I think so too. He is more handsome than Brother San Si. I heard that in a fit of anger, he destroyed all the forces of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. He is too powerful. I wonder if he is married yet. Many girls from the Confucian school, especially the young ones, had ripples in their eyes. They were all excited. The last level. On the 6th peak, Du Xiaofu gazed at the path of heaven that led to the 7th peak. The path of heaven seemed to be extraordinarily long. It led to the 7th peak, the highest peak. It was like a path to heaven. The last level. What is behind the path of heaven? Du Xiaofu murmured as he gazed at the dazzling heaven's path. Those primordial geniuses of the Confucian school could make it through. If he could not, how would he be able to stop the great calamity? How would he be able to take a step further against the school of legalism? Without stopping, Du Xiaofu continued forward. Boom! Just as Du Xiaofu stepped onto the path of light that led to the 7th peak, the 7 peaks suddenly roared at the same time. The earth shook. Dazzling runes flowed on the path of light. They surged towards Du Xiaofu like a stream of water. A huge force immediately crushed Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly felt his body turn sluggish. The golden light around his body also trembled. His body felt like it was stuck in a quagmire. It also felt like there was a huge rock pressing down on his shoulders. It was difficult for him to move. This force was not targeted at the primordial spirit, nor was it an attack. It was purely crushing Du Xiaofu's physical body. Under the pressure of the immense force, the space around them began to twist and turn under the pressure of the runes. The space around them began to crack and crack, as if it could crush everything into pieces. However, at this moment, those who were not on the path of heaven would not be able to notice it. Du Xiaofu was trapped in it and could not escape. The golden wings on his back were also restrained. He was like a bird with its wings tied up. Even the body of an ordinary peak stage Grand Dominion realm cultivator would probably be crushed into pieces by the pressure of such tremendous force. You want to stop me? Du Xiaofu looked at the path of light in front of him. His body surged and the Xian Qi in his body swept out. Boom! Du Xiaofu continued forward. His body was covered in golden light. He was like a supreme being. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The sound of thunder was deafening, causing the world around him to tremble. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was pushing through everything. He shocked the Confucian school as he climbed to the seventh peak. Chapter 1842. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. That path of light seemed to lead to the heavens. With every step Du Xiaofu took, the crushing force grew stronger. Du Xiaofu's speed became slower and slower, and the golden light on his body dimmed. The immense pressure pressed down on his physical body. This light path imprisoned everything. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could only use his Xian Qi. He could not use any external force. Even the golden wings of the Depeng on his back were bound and could not flap. Du Xiaofu once again activated the blue spirit armor. The blue spirit armor relied on Xian Qi to activate. It was only a martial technique and was not bound. Boom! But when Du Xiaofu activated the blue spirit armor, the crushing force on the path of light intensified once again. Dazzling runes formed a vortex of astral wind, burning and intertwining. It was as if a divine fire was burning, entangling Du Xiaofu continuously. At the same time, waves of immense impact swept across Du Xiaofu's body, emitting soul-shaking rumbling sounds. What a powerful aura! What kind of blocking force is that? It seems to be making the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, increasingly difficult to move. The scholars in the surroundings were all very nervous. All of them were on tenterhooks for Du Xiaofu. Even though they were separated by a great distance, that terrifying crushing force had already made it difficult for them to breathe. It was as if their hearts were being pressed down by a large rock. This should be a test of physical strength. 10,000 years ago, there was a genius of our Confucian school who challenged his peers from the 9 great families and never lost. He defeated his peers from the dragons and also suppressed those from the phoenixes. In the end, he made it to Wu Peak's path of heaven and reached the 7th stage in 14 days. In the air, the sagely old man looked forward and said, but it was at the 7th stage that the genius was blocked. In the end, his body was cracked and his blood stained Wu Peak's path of heaven. It was also because of that the ancestors of our Confucian school decided to seal off Wu Peak's path of heaven. We could not let our outstanding disciples take the risk again. These words fell into the ears of the legalism experts, elders, and protectors. They sighed as they looked at the feathered armored figure on Wu Feng's heaven's path and became more and more serious and nervous. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the light path. Everyone's heart trembled. Under everyone's gaze, the extraordinary feather armor on Du Xiaofu's body began to crack under the dim light. Du Xiaofu's blood even seeped out from the cracks. Rumble, at the same time, on the path of light, resplendent light interweaved and rumbled. The crushing force was still increasing. The azure spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's body was cracking, and his flesh was bleeding. Pfff. In the end, even the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth was leaking golden blood. Du Xiaofu's pace also became slower and slower, like an old man who was trembling as he walked. Not good, Du Xiaofu is also blocked. Everyone's heart trembled. At this moment, everyone could see that Du Xiaofu was facing a huge obstacle. It was already difficult for him to move forward. If he continued to force his way forward, Du Xiaofu's blood would be spilled on Wu Feng's heaven's path and die on the spot. Just a little bit more, can he still hold on? Some elders trembled. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure was only a short distance away from the final 7th Wu Feng. Just a little bit more and he would reach the top. The further he goes, the greater the pressure. Some Confucian experts were worried. It seemed like he was about to reach the top, but the further he went, the greater the crushing force. It was even harder to move forward. Pfff, Du Xiaofu spat out blood. The azure spirit armor on his body was already cracking, revealing his flesh and blood. At this moment, even Du Xiaofu's body was leaving. The immortal Xian body was rippling with electric arcs, but the speed of recovery was not as fast as the cracks. This series of exhaustion had already pushed Du Xiaofu to the limit. It was difficult for him to endure any longer. At this moment, the crushing force was so great that even peak Master Realm experts would not be able to withstand it. That kind of crushing force was too terrifying. Du Xiaofu was still continuing. His face was twisted from the crushing force. He was getting closer and closer to the end. 20 feet, 19 feet, 18 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet. Cough, Du Xiaofu stopped. His body was trembling, and his aura was weak. It was difficult for him to even lift his feet. He could not help but cough up blood. Walala, as Du Xiaofu came to a stop, the runes that intertwined with each other around the light path seemed to have turned into huge waves. They carried a crushing force that could destroy everything as they swept towards Du Xiaofu. The pitch-black spatial cracks in the surroundings were faintly discernible as they densely covered the void. Under such a violent impact, Du Xiaofu's body continued to crack. His azure spirit armor was in tatters, and blood flowed through the heavenly road. He is not a disciple of our school of Confucianism. It is even more difficult for him to pass the heavenly road. If he were a disciple of our school of Confucianism, he would have probably succeeded already. It would be such a pity if such a great talent were to be lost. In the void, the sagely old man spoke. His eyes shone with a divine light. His gaze was filled with regret and pain. The bamboo pattern on his robes glowed. Big brother Xiaofu, you have to hold on. Kong Yuqi said. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her fingernails dug into her palms. Her delicate face was tense, and her heart was in her throat. He is already heavily injured. I'm afraid he can't hold on. No one can pass the heavenly road of Witch Peak. Our school of Confucianism has lost many peerless geniuses. Although this demon king Du Xiaofu is extraordinary, he will still have to stop in the end. Someone said. The demon king Du Xiaofu was extraordinary, but he would still have to stop in the heavenly road of Witch Peak of Confucianism. At this moment, under the intense pressure, Du Xiaofu's body continued to deteriorate and crack. Du Xiaofu raised his head with difficulty and looked at the last 10 feet in front of him. It was much more difficult than the path of light behind him. It's about time. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. On his increasingly pale face, there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. It was also in this short period of time that a domineering and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Du Xiaofu's body like a flash flood. In an instant, on the bound golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back, mysterious golden talismans shot up into the sky. Like a rising sun, light overflowed and filled the sky. At the same time, on the golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back, there were 36 rays of golden light that gradually became more and more dazzling, more and more resplendent. In the end, the light was so bright that it seemed to have turned into a bright sun. Boom! Boom! 36 rays of golden light suddenly appeared, giving people an incomparably domineering feeling. Along with the heavens and earth, the pressure swept across the area. Those were 36 tail feathers, exuding supreme being might, leaving everyone shocked. These were the 36 feathers of Du Xiaofu's golden wings. On the heavenly road of Witch Peak, the 36 feathers of true rock had already merged with Du Xiaofu's golden wings. It was as if they were part of the original body. Screech, at this moment, Du Xiaofu used the 36 feathers of true rock. Golden light filled the sky, and pressure filled the sky. Along with the rock, an illusory image appeared. You can't stop me. At this moment, Du Xiaofu shouted. Using all of his strength, he unleashed an endless amount of pressure. Carrying the will of the rock, he suppressed the heavens and the earth. Boom! With a flap of his wings, Du Xiaofu flew out from the path of light. His entire body was covered in a dense golden light, like a great rock soaring through the sky. With a flap of his wings, he directly shattered the resplendent waves of runes before him. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a rock in human form, and he was overbearing and arrogant. Golden light surged into the sky as he traversed the Tao of light through space. Everywhere he passed, space was pierced through, causing countless shattered talismans and secret markings to erupt like fireworks and spread throughout space. In a short period of time, with only 3 flaps of his wings, Du Xiaofu directly shot up into the sky. He crossed the heavenly road of Witch Peak and landed on the peak of the 7th Witch Peak. Vroom, flapping his wings, Du Xiaofu was like a god at this moment. He unleashed a torrential amount of pressure and golden light filled the sky. Boom, 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 at this moment, the 7 Witch Peak trembled at the same time. The heavens and the earth roared, and ferocious patterns flowed. On top of the 7 Witch Peak, 7 enormous pillars of light shot up into the sky. In the end, they converged together and soared into the sky. Then, deep in the sky, a gigantic figure appeared. He sat cross-legged. Bright and blurry, he exuded an aura of vicissitudes of life. That figure had his head in the sky and looked down on all living beings. Light filled the entire ancient land of the scholarly faction. A terrifying amount of pressure descended from the sky. Bang, 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 when this wave of pressure descended, all the scholarly disciples couldn't help but kneel on the ground. All the elders and protectors of the scholarly faction were trembling all over. Their souls were shaking. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.